If I don't see any hand, I take it we agreed. Thank you. Adopted. Thank you. The second one is that COSPAL establishes a committee on family sovereignty and values constituted by speakers, at least 3. And
des diverses de nos pays. Quatrièmement, il serait utile de mieux articuler cette charte avec les engagements internationaux déjà souscrits par les États africains qui vont ratifier cette charte. Cette cohérence juridique renforcerait sa sécurité normative et éviterait toute ambiguïté dans son application. Cinquièmement, l'Afrique doit naturellement défendre ses positions avec fermeté lorsqu'elles sont méconnues ou contestées. C'est son droit. Mais il doit également préserver les espaces de dialogue. Il doit préserver les espaces de dialogue multilatéral qui lui permettent d'influencer les normes internationales et de faire entendre sa voix sur les grandes questions de notre temps. Enfin, une attention particulière pourrait être accordée à la représentativité du mécanisme de suivi prévu par la Charte, afin que toutes les régions, les traditions juridiques et les sensibilités culturelles de notre continent puissent s'y reconnaître pleinement. Et notre responsabilité collective, chers collègues, nous parlementaires, n'est pas seulement d'adopter un texte, notre responsabilité est d'adopter un texte africain capable de durer et de rassembler et d'inspirer. Je pense, avec ces observations, notre charte, ces observations modestes, notre charte, l'Afrique affirme sa souveraineté sans s'isoler.
Thank you. Thank you.
Défend ses valeurs sans renoncer au dialogue et renforce sa place dans le monde. Et je vous remercie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Morocco. It is well noted. I beg your indulgence to just allow only 2 speakers so that we can proceed with the program, because we're not on the charter yet. We were just responding or reacting to the presentation of the Honorable Speaker. My sister at the corner there, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I think I just wanted to resonate that point, that we are not yet into the details of the charter. So if we can proceed to do as we need to institutionalize the organization that would propel us forward and make this work sustainable, then that would be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear sister. I think that has given us direction. Please permit me to allow her to be the last one, so that, because she has already given us the direction. Honorable Sarah?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to remind the participants that in the very first conference, this particular decision was made to actually move towards institutionalizing this particular, conference. We are gathering, but under, not any legal framework. So I want to appreciate the proposal put forward by the Speaker of Ghana of moving this forward now to have this institution, this particular loose, conference institutionalized. However, I want us to add that where you talked about conferences on a rotational basis, I did propose that every May, we as African legislators must gather to actually carry on with this message around different countries. So that's the amendment I want you to include in May of every year.
Yeah. Thank you.
But also, I want us to be more definite, because sometimes when you move this to COSPAL, we must have timelines, because we are targeting the next African Union Heads of State Summit, which will be taking place in February next year. If we adopt this charter today, we hope that those that we will hand over this charter to should ensure that they move it to the next level. And we're actually privileged that the head of state of Ghana, President Mahama, is going to be the next African Union president. So let's take this advantage of this opportunity and ensure that the next meeting of COSPAL this document will actually be presented. That is really my plea. We must have timelines. Otherwise, we shall not, this matter will continue. By the next conference, we will still find that we are not there yet. So let's ensure that we have timelines. I don't know when the next COSPAL meeting will take place, Madam President. I don't know. Maybe you could advise us. But let's ensure that that happens. We'll be available to actually give the backup support to the speakers at their next conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sarah. I think the timeline will be in the resolution. So we need to have a timeline for the COSPAL so that it's not without a time factor to it. Thank you for your indulgence. Thank you for bearing with me. Allow me now to just go through the recommendations. Can we have them beamed on the screen, please? So that I go through recommendation number 1. Just a reminder that the most important thing is for us to institutionalize what we are doing so that each parliament can set up the necessary structures so that we are able to move it forward. Thank you. The recommendations are now on the screen. The first recommendation is that COSPAL is invited to adopt the activities, processes, and outcome documents of the first 4 inter-parliamentary processes that have led to the charter. I take it we agreed on that one. It's a recommendation. If I don't see any hand, I take it we agreed. Thank you. Adopted. Thank you. The second one is that COSPAL establishes a committee on family sovereignty and values constituted by speakers, at least 3, and at most 5, to oversee the activities of a secretariat. Do we agree on that? I see my brother on the left there. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. It's just a minor observation. It's about punctuation. The second line, between family and sovereignty, there should be a comma. It can mean a different thing altogether if we don't punctuate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a lot of legal minds who understand the importance of comma and full stops. Thank you. So that shall be cleaned up. I take it we are going with recommendation number 2. Thank you. We go to recommendation number 3, that the said committee of COSPAL establishes a secretariat from the technical staff of the founding member states. I think we agree with that one. The secretariat becomes the founding members of this organization. Thank you. It does help me when I hear a clapping of hands, then I know I'm not just, thank you. Thank you very much. Then we go to recommendation number 4, that the secretariat shall carry out activities accruing between conferences in addition to planning and executing the annual conferences. Yeah, we're just setting up the structure. Thank you. We're good? Oh, good. So we were on number 4. I think it's still part of just the what the secretariat shall do, carry out activities occurring between conferences in addition to planning and executing the annual conferences. I think that's pretty standard. Do we agree with that? Thank you. We go to number 5, that the COSPAL committee, together with the founding member state, shall draft for the adoption by COSPAL the constitution, statutes necessary for good governance of the establishment. Are we in agreement with that? that the COSPAL committee, together with the founding members, shall draft for adoption by COSPAL the constitution statutes necessary. Honorable Sarah.
My apology. I want to take you back to the 4th and the 5th.
Thank you.
You talked about a committee of speakers,
Right.
3 to 5.
Yes.
That the said committee of COSPAL establishes a secretariat from technical staff of the founding members. Now, the founding members, in my view, should be the people there. And then they can co-opt the technical staff. Because the vision bearers are we. We are the ones as people's representatives. If we leave this to the technical staff, sometimes they may take us to a different direction. So I want to propose that the said committee of the speakers, that is COSPAL, establishes a secretariat from the founding members, and you leave it at that. Then we can be able to co-opt the technical staff. That's my thinking.
I don't know if anyone has any different view. It makes sense because it's important that whoever understands the vision from inception is part of the process. Do we have, I think that my dear brother there, please, you have the floor. My sister, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. I would like to concur with the Honorable Opendi's proposal, because I want to believe that the founding members are members of Parliament.
That's right.
And then, therefore, if we left, they will be having the right to co-opt the technical committee to run the secretariat. I would love to also see that phrase rephrased properly so that it fits into the right description. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think our secretariat is noting that. My dear brother, Deputy Speaker from Kenya.
Yes, I'm of a contrary view to that of Honorable Sarah Opendi. You see, if we agree to cede the processes to COSPAL, then COSPAL establishes a committee. The committee, which is a committee of speakers we have limited between 3 and 5, should be the one forming the secretariat. And it is only sufficient that we guide that committee to incorporate the founding members as indicated there. We cannot let go the process for our good to the Conference of Speakers and then outwardly, again away from the speaker, say the founders will be forming a secretariat. Then we would have not, handed over to COSPAL for the good reasons as to why we are sending the matter to COSPAL. So I personally support the draft, communication as presented.
Thank you. Is there any diverging view? My dear brother on the left. Thank you.
I wanted just to concur with Honorable Peter. We are establishing an institution, and it will be good to leave the institution within an operational framework. In this case, COSPA establishes its secretariat. It's a secretariat that is that of COSPA. So I think I would like us to leave it there. But we are co-opting the founding member states. It's not like they've been left behind. In that case, institutional memory from where we're coming from, the spirit of the law of the charter will be maintained because the founding member states are being brought on board. I would like to submit.
Thank you. Am I right to assume that we would want to leave it as it is? Is there any different view? My dear sister, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm just curious. I'm wondering where technical staff, do we have any such team in place? that we are deploying into the Secretariat. Is that the case? If we don't, then I think we need to look at the founding members. Are they the ones constituting the technical team? So we need to be able to make that disaggregation so we can bring both together. In as much as it's a secretariat and its main activities will be administrative, institutional memory is very important. And so we can't leave out founding members or members of parliament who have been involved in the process up to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister. I'd like to believe that Honorable Sarah will be heading that secretariat. Is that correct? No? Well, we've not adopted yet, so...
If you hand it to COSPAL, they can pick on anybody, and we don't know whether...
Please come again.
You see, you are handing this to COSPAL.
Yes.
And it is COSPAL to pick a secretariat. And that is where the challenge, we are still at the infant stage. We can move and become, institutionalize this better after we have moved some steps. But at this initial stage, you may hand it over to speakers come and go. But if you have vision bearers in this, then we shall keep the fire burning until we have this adopted by the African Union. That's my challenge, that we can lose this along the way. You get a speaker, he has never been into these conferences, doesn't know about where we've begun and where we are and why we need this. And you get lost along the way.
Thank you very much. I'm inclined to listen to what Honorable Sarah is saying. What gets vision to be lost is when you have the people that started the vision to be out.
An intervention.
Please do, my brother.
Yes, I thank you very much. If I look at that draft, we are proposing institutionalization. Mm-hmm. And we are saying we are institutionalizing this process under COSPAL. Mm-hmm. And that COSPAL is going to create a committee. Mm-hmm. That committee is going to form a secretariat from the technical staff of the founding member states.
Okay.
From the technical staff of the founding member states. So we are institutionalizing, but we are also integrating the founding vision.
Allow me
Not from anywhere.
Thank you very much. Allow me to request that we leave it as it is. I think it is well covered. Do we agree on that? Thank you. I then move to point number 5, recommendation number 5, that the COSPAL committee together with the, I think we had already adopted that one. Please, let me move to recommendation number 6, that each participating parliament shall, and this is very important, establish a parliamentary caucus on family, sovereignty, and values. Secondly, it will designate a focal persons to coordinate activities of the establishment and provide an annual budgetary allocation to support the activities of the establishment at both national and continental level. I think this is very important because if we do not put any of this in place, we run the risk of it not being able to be funded and moving forward. Otherwise, this is how good initiatives get hijacked. So, do I have consensus on that one? Thank you very much. Number 7, that COSPAL shall submit the final draft of the African Charter on family, sovereignty, and values to the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union for consideration and adoption. That is by February, yes. That is what we desire. Malawi, you have the floor. Deputy Speaker Malawi.
Can we do before February? So maybe we give them a timeline because February is when the heads of states are sitting. So if we say we deposit it in February, we might have an opportunity of missing the target.
Right.
Can we give them a specific timeline, so they deposit this before the February meetings.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That will be in the resolution. I think that's what Honorable Sarah was saying, that we cannot just have this kind of work without a time frame. So I think that will be captured in the resolutions. Thank you, Malawi. Then the 7th, we've already attended all 7. So with this, I want to thank you.
So
I have my dear sister there, and then I recognize you, my brother. Thank you. Honorable.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Whereas this resolution is good, I know that most of the works of our member states as to the African Union are transmitted by the embassies. So it would be prudent for us to set a time frame where this charter can be submitted to the foreign affairs ministries of our member states, so that they are transmitted to the embassies for scrutiny and then be ready for submission to the heads of states.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable. And I believe COSPAL will also do that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My brother, Honorable, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Liberia will be hosting a COSPA this year, and so it is expected that after the conference, the COSPA meeting or assembly, all documentations and all the works will be completed so that for forward submission to the African Union Summit in February. So I just want to make that contribution.
Thank you very much. Well noted, Liberia. With that said, Eswatini? No, thank you. With that said, I think that brings us to the end of our recommendations from our Right Honorable Speaker. Please, let me allow you. I think we need your voice.
Well,
Let's take the last one.
Ma'am, I know you are parliamentarians, so I can see that this is driven very much by parliamentarians. But the thing is, in governance in Africa, the executive is very strong. So I can see caucus of parliamentarian, COSPA. All this is parliamentary driven. Question, where is the executive coming from? Because they have the purse. They can stop you. So I think that the recommendations kind of leaves out a huge chunk of those who drive power in Africa, the executive and even the judiciary, because they will interpret the law. So I'm just praying that we'll find a way of balancing the 3 arms of government and their influence in institutionalizing what we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. It is well noted. May I add that every minister is a parliamentarian before they are ministers? Is that correct with all our jurisdictions? So I'd like to assume that they are part of parliament. I think we would need to manage that. We note that very much. Not every country. Oh, my apology. Thank you. Please allow me to bring this to a close. And then just say that I do want to speak to the soul of the African, to say, Africa, this is our moment. Like the Honorable Speaker said, we will be judged by what we have done for the next generation. We keep talking of founding leaders who have done this and that. Let us not be seen to be the Africans that sell our continent, that sell our families, that sell our sovereignty and our values. Whatever has been lost, we can still regain it back if we consciously make that effort. Honorable delegates, let's stand together and be decisive and determined to courageously take the outcomes of this conference back home, to engage our communities and to protect our sovereignty. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the good work done. I think, and the Right Honorable Speaker of Ghana's Parliament. We are moving straight because of time constraint. I want to invite Honorable Peter back. Now I'm told that the technical team are ready. And please, let's work fast so that we can get this charter out. And then we can have our civil society organizations. And then we'll take our communique that will be sent to the president, the speakers, and the presiding members. Yeah. Please, we've come to a very important part, and this is limited to only delegates. If your tie is not red, the moderator will not call you. It is basically for members of parliament and delegates who have been invited to look at it. If you have any issues, you can talk to a delegate to bring up. This is more of a parliamentary activity. Thank you.
Yeah, we go to the most important part. We move on the premise, honorable delegates, that as of the third conference in Entebbe, what we had in terms of the draft charter has been agreed upon. Following yesterday, a number of state parties and delegates in confirmation whether the amendments proposed by the various delegates have been circulated. I'm being informed that the amendments are on the computer systems before us. Would I have that confirmation from the delegates that we all have them? Will as many as those delegates who have the amendments in their computer system say aye? Yeah, so we appear to have them. Now, in terms of the amendments and going by parliamentary procedure, we will allow each state proposing amendments to move the amendments, and those amendments will then be put to question. Preferably, this is a session strictly for delegates to make a decision. So there have been amendments proposed by Burkina Faso, Morocco, Ghana, and then Kenya. I call upon the leader of delegation for our country of Burkina Faso to come forth and move the amendments for consideration and decision by the delegates. And as Burkina Faso comes, they will be followed by Morocco, then yes, so we are on Burkina Faso. And I'm guiding the Secretariat to ensure that when we are dealing with the amendments from a delegation, those amendments be the ones we are seeing on the screens before us. So who is moving the amendments on behalf of Burkina Faso? The land of upright people. Yes. Yeah, so you don't have to read everything because the amendments are before the desks, but you can make critical highlights to inform the delegates of the text and main intent of the amendment our beloved state of Burkina Faso is proposing. Proceed.
D'accord, merci beaucoup pour la parole. Effectivement, le Burkina Faso a formulé un certain nombre d'amendements qui concernent les articles 1, les articles 4, alinéa 5, article 6, point F. Donc, pour le premier amendement qui concerne l'article 1, il concerne la définition de la famille. Le Burkina Faso propose d'ajouter dans la définition de la famille, pour prendre en compte la polygamie, la possibilité du mariage entre un homme et une femme ou plusieurs femmes.
A point of order. We are requesting that you indicate your name and your delegation, then you move the amendment for purposes of records.
D'accord.
Sorry for taking you back.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis le député Aboubacar Kabré, donc membre de l'Assemblée législative du peuple du Burkina Faso. Donc, pour le premier amendement, comme je le disais, il consiste à, dans la définition de la famille, insérer l'expression une ou plusieurs femmes. Donc, le mariage serait entre un homme et une ou plusieurs femmes. C'est le premier amendement. Le même amendement est répété au niveau de l'article 4, alinéa 5. Ou encore le mariage est entendu comme l'union d'un homme et d'une ou plusieurs femmes. En ce qui concerne l'article 6, le point F, le Burkina Faso sollicite une clarification de cette disposition relative à l'examen préalable des programmes par les parents ou tuteurs légaux. En effet, les conséquences juridiques ou administratives d'un refus d'approbation par un parent ou un tuteur légal, nous voudrions comprendre. Donc, en effet, par rapport à l'article 6, point F, le Burkina Faso souhaite donc avoir une explication sur ce point-là, car les conséquences juridiques ou administratives d'un refus d'approbation par un parent ou un tuteur légal pourraient avoir des implications. Également, les modalités envisagées pour garantir la participation effective des parents ou tuteurs ne sachant ni lire ni écrire. Il faut dire qu'il nous semble que cette disposition est inopérante parce qu'elle ne tient pas compte du contexte général des sociétés africaines avec les parents qui sont parfois illettrés. Donc nous voudrions mieux comprendre cette disposition-là. Et enfin, le dernier amendement du Burkina Faso, toujours à l'article 6, nous souhaiterions mieux comprendre la définition de l'expression conflit d'intérêts réel ou potentiel, avant éventuellement de demander sa suppression ou pas. Donc nous vous remercions pour la parole donnée.
Yeah, those are the amendment proposals.
by Burkina Faso. Do we have any considerations, or I put the question? Yes, the Speaker of the Senate of Eswatini.
I agree with Burkina Faso.
Yes.
Thank you.
The Speaker Eswatini agrees with Burkina Faso. Indicate who you are, make a comment, then we put the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Hassan Tampuli, Member of Parliament here in Ghana. I want to depart a little from the definition here, and I rather propose that marriage should be defined as founded on marriage between a man and a woman. Simplicity. Or if you are marrying, as a man, if you are marrying another woman, it is still a woman. So you don't need to say one or many or one or more women. I think it's just a man and a woman, simplicity. And I beg to move. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, the member has spoken in opposition. Do I now put the question? The Honorable Sarah Opendi. The Speaker Eswatini will take precedence.
Thank you. I have a question with what my brother has just said. I think what we are talking about is African values, cognizant of how our communities are structured. So it has to be so explained so that, you know, it's not like in another setting. That's why I said I agree with Burkina Faso. So there's no ambiguity. Thank you.
The Honorable Sarah Opendi.
Thank you. I think in the spirit of One Africa, sometimes the interpretation is what matters. When you read the statement as it is, a man and a woman, those who are okay with polygamy look at it as you are restricting one man and one woman. So there is no harm in going with the Burkina definition for the sake of harmony and moving forward. Or else the other option is to interpret it in the interpretation clause. But I see no harm in having this. Polygamy is African anyway, so I don't see any problem with that.
Honorable members, I now move to put the question that the amendments to the draft charter by Burkina Faso be carried for incorporation in the charter. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So that amendment proposal will be taken up by the Secretariat and forwarded to the institution under the communication to be refined for incorporation in line with our determination.
Chair.
Yes, that is Deputy Speaker Malawi.
Yeah, Chair, I'm thinking we are adopting the amendments as they have been written here, but our technical drafters, we will draft them to suit the drafting language. Not that the is, I, and X's will always be here. Parliamentary business requires us to adopt what we have. Our drafters will finalize the actual document. So in that spirit, Chairperson, we'll move a little quicker than looking at the nitty-gritties of what is contained in a statement or trying to define, because we are not doing a work to define anything here. We all know what we're looking is to protect our values. Thank you, Chairperson.
Deputy Speaker Malawi, your guidance is indeed a guidance I ought to have given before, and it is carried forward, hoping it has been heard by all the members. We are approving the proposals in terms of content, but they are going to the technical team to refine, and I believe it will then be, circulated to the members again in terms of how the amendments put together and considered together during technical drafting would have, affected the ultimate charter before, final adoption and ratification by individual states. The country of Morocco, to move the amendments and highlight it to the delegates for consideration.
Merci. Je passe directement à l'article 4, le point 7 sur l'avortement. Protéger les enfants de tout préjudice, y compris de l'avortement, avant comme après la naissance. Le problème, c'est que le Maroc autorise l'avortement thérapeutique en cas de danger pour la mère, de viol ou d'inceste. Cette disposition est conforme au droit international des droits de l'homme. Donc nous proposons un amendement comme suit. Protéger la vie de l'enfant avant et après la naissance, conformément à la Convention des Nations Unies relative aux droits de l'enfant qui affirme que toute personne a droit à la vie, tout en reconnaissant que chaque État partie détermine dans le respect de sa souveraineté législative, de ses engagements internationaux, les conditions dans lesquelles la vie de la mère peut être protégée, notamment en cas d'arrêt vital avéré pour sa santé physique ou mentale, conformément aux standards reconnus. Merci.
Is Morocco done with highlighting the proposed amendments? Yes. The amendments by Morocco having been moved, I invite comments from the delegates, if any. There being no comment, I want to therefore proceed and move that the amendment proposals by the Morocco delegation be remitted to the Secretariat. The Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm looking through Morocco's recommendation, and I agree with several points, 1, 2, and 3. I'm just asking myself about point 7. What do we say? I think they've said that in their constitution, they permit abortion in certain instances. So is our Secretariat going to match that, and how is that going to be done? I'm just trying to understand. Are we taking it as it is with everything, or there's going to be a...
Morocco,
are we not opening it to anything for the rest of Africa, or I know it's probably just Morocco and other countries? Thank you.
Yeah, the leader of delegation from Morocco, who is also the deputy speaker of the parliament in Morocco, to clarify that. In addition, maybe for the benefit of the members, how do you abort after birth? Some delegates, including myself, believe abortion can only be termination of life before birth. So could you explain that in addition to the issue being raised?
Oui. Non, pour nous, j'ai dit que le Maroc autorise l'avortement thérapeutique, médical. Et ça, c'est dans le code pénal du Royaume. En cas de danger pour la mère, de viol ou d'inceste. Cette disposition est déjà conforme au droit international. des droits de l'homme. Elle est contenue dans le droit international. Ce n'est pas quelque chose qui... Au contraire, on doit s'aligner sur le droit international.
You made your point, Deputy Speaker Morocco. The delegate representing the East African Legislative Assembly is recognized to comment.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to commend the amendment by Morocco, especially on 7A, that each state party determines in respect of its legislative sovereignty. Because despite the international frameworks or the protocols that we come up with, our laws of the land remained overruled. And that's why in Uganda, the Maputo Protocol was signed with reservation to Article 14, because our Constitution, Article 21, does not recognize abortion. So this amendment specifically works for our context here, because different constitutions have different instruments. I beg to move.
The delegate seated next to the
Morocco.
delegate from the East African Legislative Assembly, the Honorable Delegate.
Yeah, I think we should try as much as possible to avoid allowing anything that has to do with abortion in the document, because abortion generally is outlawed in many African countries. In Nigeria, abortion is not allowed. It's illegal. Simplicity. And there is no provision, there is no exception to abortion. So whether you call it therapeutic abortion, that word should not enter the document at all. Absolutely removed. No, we don't want it to enter the document, please.
The Honorable, the Deputy Speaker from the country of Malawi is recognized to make his comments.
Thank you very much, Chair. If you understand the proposal by Morocco, I understand it better, because even our Malawi Constitution does not allow abortion. But the penal code in Malawi does allow, in situations where the life of a mother is in danger. So there are conditions in the penal code. When the life of a mother is in danger, issues of incest, it is allowed. Yes. But it can only be done in those scenarios. It's not allowed by the Constitution. So the Constitution does not allow it. So that's where our drafters need also to compare our pieces of legislations or Constitution in a lot of African countries as a reference point and our penal codes. So in Malawi, you do abortion, you are jailed. They take you to court. It's not allowed. But the penal code allows when a mother is dying for conceiving, that situation is allowed to save the life of the mother. So that is allowed in that scenario. Not everyone can procure abortion. No, it's not allowed.
Please, let me just respond
because
to
of time, I will
let me
allow...
just respond to that. Let me just respond by saying that
because
when the mother life, when even the mother life is in danger.
I've not recognized you.
Okay. No, it's good
members.
to explain what
Order,
about,
Honorable Delegate. You are not yet recognized.
Okay. I will explain later.
Let me preside over the conversation because of paucity of time. The gentleman to my right is recognized to make his comments. Then I think I will put the question on whether we can remit the amendment by the Morocco team to working together with the technical team, see how it can be reworked and considered if it is to be incorporated into the charter. Gentlemen.
Thank you. I'm from Ghana, and I support the amendment from Morocco. In Ghana, abortion is also generally illegal. It's criminal, but there are exceptions. When the life of the mother is at risk, in the case of rape, in the case of incest, our law permits it. And if we generally criminalize that, I'm a practicing gynecologist and I'm an obstetrician of several years standing. And it will mean that even doctors cannot save the life of a mother when the mother is about to die. So it is generally criminal, but under those circumstances, we should be able to permit it. So I support the amendment. Thank you.
Can I
we
make
have
a
honorable member.
Yes, I want to make a correction to say that...
Let us have that honorable lady, the delegate in the beautiful African blue headscarf.
Merci bien pour la parole. Je suis la camarade députée Esther Bamouni Kansuno. Je viens du Burkina Faso. Et je suis d'avis avec le Maroc parce qu'au Burkina Faso, l'avortement est strictement interdit. Mais dans les cas de figure qu'il a cités, l'avortement est permis dans la légalité. Il y a des voies à suivre. Il faut qu'un juge constate et il donne son avis et ensuite on voit un médecin et cela doit être fait dans les 14 semaines qui suivent. Et après les 14 semaines, ce n'est pas autorisé. Merci bien, c'est ce que j'avais à dire.
Yes, honorable members, so that we make progress, being alive to time, allow me to put question for the consideration of the matter raised by Morocco on the issue of adoption to be remitted to the Secretariat's technical team to, in consultation in Morocco and consulting all the constitutions and legal instruments of the African states, come up with a harmonious position. Because I note this is mainly, the confusion is mainly arising from the use of therapeutic. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes definitely have it. Yeah, remember we have remitted it so that we can have the Secretariat's technical team come with a harmonized position, because listening to all of us, our constitutions appear to prohibit, but also allow some exceptions. And I hear you to be speaking also to the language of the Kenyan constitution. Those are the things we need to have the technical team clarify, harmonize, reconcile, and then improve on the text in a manner that will be acceptable to the delegates at adoption. Honorable Sarah Opendi, the matter of Morocco.
Yeah, the matter of Morocco, I just wanted to give clarity that when you read this document, it's clearly stated that African states retain sovereignty over their health policies, including on abortion matters, as per the UN member state consensus. So this covers what we are actually debating here.
Yes.
It's already in the document.
Yes, so Honorable Opendi, that is why the document has been remitted to the technical team. Remember, it is possible that other nations, including Kenya, could also be proposing amendments on the matter of adoption. That is why we are sending them to the technical team to come up with a position which can then be agreeable to all of us, if not to the majority of us. The host country of Ghana is now recognized to move before the delegates the amendments. I see honorable delegates, including the Speaker of the country of Burundi, seeking recognition. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hope it is not on the amendment moved by Morocco, because that is pent and is no longer before us.
Justement, c'est avec la proposition du Maroc, parce que moi, je trouve que le point 7 sur lequel le Maroc a apporté une modification était bel et bien rédigé, parce que concernant sa proposition, disons que quand une mère est menacée ou son enfant, qu'il faut que la Constitution accepte l'avortement, mais c'est bien écrit, il faut déterminer la meilleure façon de protéger la mère et son enfant en cas d'urgence liée à une grossesse partiellement potentiellement mortels. Beaucoup de constitutions dans nos pays n'acceptent pas l'avortement. Je pense qu'il faut laisser tel que c'est écrit, parce que si on voit que c'est dans l'intérêt de sauver la mère ou l'enfant, c'est bien écrit, il faudra déterminer la meilleure façon. Ça dépend de tout pays, de la constitution des pays. Il ne faut pas autoriser, il ne faut pas légaliser l'avortement. C'est ce que je pense. Merci.
Yeah, the Deputy Speaker, Burundi, we speak the same language. That matter is referred to the technical committee, which will look at it together with other proposed amendments in consultation with Morocco to find accommodation between the drafts and to come up with an acceptable text on the matter of adoption, which is an issue core to this conference. I had recognized the country of Ghana to move.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator. I move that this House will adopt a new proposal that we brought on board, which has to do with the sovereignty over digital infrastructure. We were all here yesterday when our colleague brought in and explained to us. And so I move that we will adopt chapter, chapter 9, that sovereignty over digital infrastructure, data, and artificial intelligence. Mr. Speaker, I move on behalf of Ghana delegates. My name is Honorable Emmanuel Kwesi Bejra, and I hope this House will adopt it. Thank you.
Ghana has moved the amendment proposals. Do you have any comments from the honorable delegates?
Non, il faut qu'on nous retourne à la version française, s'il vous plaît.
Somebody is on the microphone without being recognized. Do you have any comments in support, opposition, or perspective on the amendment proposal by Ghana? Yes, the delegate from Uganda.
I want to thank Ghana. My name is Elijah Kupa from Uganda. I want to thank him for having brought up, because that was one of the issues we discussed yesterday, which we found was missing. So I think it's very pertinent that it's included in one of the sections or articles in the charter to capture that, because there's a threat that's coming out of the sort of digital transformation that's going on, especially AI and others. Because we have seen other countries have even banned their young ones below the age of 16. You see Denmark, Australia, they have done it, but surprisingly in Africa, no country has yet moved that way. So it's very important that we include this in the charter. So I strongly support that move.
Honorable delegates, the Honorable Sam George made some very informative and passionate presentations on how we can gain our sovereignty and control over the digital space yesterday. Ghana is making this amendment proposal to enrich the draft charter with the matters digital space, which were not, well taken into account and previously not well incorporated. I want to therefore move the question that the proposed amendments be remitted to the technical team, which in consultation with Ghana, in the best interest of the delegates and guided by our main target in this space, following the informative discussions we've had before, be remitted to the technical team for decision and for refinement and incorporation into the charter before adoption. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye?
No,
is the delegate representing the East African Legislative Assembly seeking to speak to this? You are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add something on African digital governance and cooperation. we are more emphasizing, even yesterday when Sam George was presenting, he was emphasizing on data protection laws and especially AI regulation. But we have more emerging technologies other than AI. So I would love to see in the text, instead of just restricting it to AI, we should also restrict it to other emerging technologies, including AI.
Yes.
Because as we address AI, another aspect will come in. Yes.
Yes, so the delegate representing East Africa Legislative Assembly is proposing expansion in terms of definition and what is included in that space. And I think that is rightly so. That is why we are remitting it to the technical team, which will, beyond the delegates, also consult Sam George and other persons knowledgeable in the area to come with a provision text which is acceptable in terms of content and form to the delegates for adoption. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yeah, so we have the last one. The last one is Kenya. That is why I've called you back, because I want to move the amendment proposals by Kenya.
So whilst we wait for our colleague from the Kenya to move his amendment, yes, I want to recognize, yes, please, and then from the Burkina Faso.
Well, yes, I just thought about, sorry to take us backwards a little bit. It's very, very important because in the definition of marriage, marriage is between a man and a woman. There's nothing like marriage between a man and women. That is, it's a misnomer. Polygamy is implied in marriage between a man and a woman. Polygamy is implied there. So you don't say a marriage between a man and women. It's a misnomer. If you check your...
Thank you very much. So
the technical team...
We'll look at the test. Our technical team will look at the test, to be in consonant with our international laws. Thank you, Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso. Please go ahead, Burkina Faso.
It's Kenya.
Where is Kenya? Nigeria, put your mic off. Yes, Burkina Faso, I've recognized you.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Nous voudrions attirer l'attention des organisateurs que les versions en français des amendements du Ghana, nous n'avons pas pu les avoir. Donc, s'il y a possibilité de nous disponibiliser les versions en français pour nous permettre une participation plus active.
Okay. Thank you very much for your submission. Our colleagues from the French-speaking country, Spanish and Arab-speaking countries will want to have the translation. So, backstop team, please, if you can make the amendment available to them in French, in Spanish, and Portuguese. Thank you. Kenya. Kenya, it's your turn to move your amendment.
Yeah, honorable delegates, I, on behalf of Kenya, do propose amendments in 3 substantive parts.
Honorable, your name, so that we can record it.
Honorable delegates, I'm Peter Kaluma, the leader of delegation from Kenya, and assistant speaker also representing our speaker in this conference. I'm moving these amendments largely touching on 3 parts of the charter. The first part is to do with proposed definitions. And honorable delegates, if you look at those definitions, I'm seeking to define woman, man, male, female, gender, sex. And I'm seeking to do so, honorable delegates, not just because these terminologies, which to Africans are very clear, is currently across the world very controversial, but also because we are talking about the family. And when we talk about the family, we must know who in the family we are protecting. You have seen a lot of debates across the world where people today, contrary to the clarity of who we are struggling to define who a woman is, who a man is, who a female is, who a male person is. And I was thinking that if we are really going to protect the family, then we must lead the world with clarity in defining those so that the debate which has been ongoing can come to an end. I'll invite the delegates at your own time to see the vetting of the first woman, black American nominated and appointed to the Supreme Court being asked, what is a woman? And she says, I don't know. What this means is that we are allowing everybody who can say they are a woman to claim the spaces and opportunities we fought for the women all these generations. And it is our view as Kenya that if we are clear on these definitions, subject to your decision and review by the technical committee, we will give the family due protection. In terms of the preamble, we were just cleaning up so that we cease to be over-descriptive. We don't insist on anything. We are remitting that to the technical team to consider in line with the guidance we got from the technical expert yesterday. But then, lastly, is on those raft of provisions we are seeking to put there on family sovereignty, the part dealing with sovereignty over the family. If we go back to the very genesis of this conference and why we are moving, it has been how we protect, the family. And so those amendments we are proposing a Kenya there speak to the how or what we must do in terms of law and provisions in the various countries to protect the family. What specific issues, if we addressed, can protect the family within the context and spirit of this intervention? I beg to move, and I pray for your support that even where we are not able to make firm decision now, these matters, just like the others, be remitted to the technical team to be in consultation with others, be harmonized for incorporation and consideration in a universal way. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Kenya has moved the amendment. And seconder to this amendment.
Sure. Thank you very much. I take note of the proposed amendments, and I think that we'll have to be very clear on those definitions. And I want to add my voice to the proposal and to insist that in the definitions section, a man or male must be biological male or female. And we have to be very emphatic about this. And I believe all of us from different country delegations agree. If we don't agree on anything at all, I believe we agree that the male or man or female or woman must be biological.
Thank you
and we
very
have to insist
much.
on that one.
I
Thank
think
you very much.
all gathered here has agreed to that. Any other view, contrary view? If not, can we adopt Kenya's amendment and ask that the Technical Committee will work on it and add it to the charter? Thank you very much. Can we go to the next? Please come and take your... The next amendment. Which country again? If there's no, I have a letter from which country? DR Congo.
The Democratic Republic of Congo is recognized to move the amendments. Who is leading the delegation from our country of Congo in moving the amendment? Yes, you are recognized.
The DRC amendments are not on record.
Alors, bonjour à tous. Bonjour à tous. C'était à l'article 10, hein, c'est ça, non? Article 10 de la résistance juridique solidaire des États africains. Alors, je me suis dit, conformément à l'esprit de l'article 10 du projet de charte, de notre charte, il apparaît indispensable que les États africains développent une stratégie commune de résistance juridique et diplomatique face aux interprétations ou recommandations internationales contraires à nos cultures, traditions et valeurs civilisationnelles. Alors, je continue en disant nos diplomates, parlementaires et experts juridiques devraient de manière coordonnée s'opposer officiellement et par écrit aux décrets, résolutions ou interprétations émanant de certains comités internationaux ou experts indépendants lorsqu'ils portent atteinte à l'identité morale et culturelle des peuples africains. À cet égard, le recours au principe de l'objecteur persistant en droit international pourrait constituer un mécanisme légitime de protection de la souveraineté normative africaine. En fait, qu'est-ce que je voudrais proposer? Je me suis dit tout à l'heure avec honorable Sarah, les députés élus, des fois avec les législatures qui passent, ils ne sont pas permanents. Alors je me dis par rapport à ça, pour un peu sécuriser la charte, il faudrait absolument que les diplomates et même les experts juridiques puissent à la fin, donc à la résolution de notre charte, nous puissions signer officiellement que cela soit vraiment pris et considéré et que ça se retrouve dans la charte que nous devons absolument apposer officiellement et par écrit d'une manière obligée et donc exiger de manière à ce que les respects de la charte puissent être continus. En fait, c'était ça un peu que je voudrais apporter, que nous puissions reconnaître un peu cette résistance juridique solidaire des États africains. Là, c'est le premier point. Alors, le deuxième point, c'est de la protection de la vie ou de la famille. Tout à l'heure, les discussions étaient presque dans le même sens. Alors, je disais que la charte devrait réaffirmer clairement le caractère sacré de la vie humaine. Avant comme après la naissance, il y a eu plusieurs discussions, conformément aux valeurs africaines de protection de la dignité humaine. Et j'ai compris que vous aviez déjà dit qu'il nous faudrait trouver des définitions adaptées. Et donc, il faudrait absolument que nous puissions nous comprendre par rapport aux termes, et donc les concepts utilisés, et que nous puissions être fixés par rapport à ça. Et il importe également de préserver la conception naturelle et biologique de la personne humaine, fondée sur la complémentarité entre l'homme et la femme, socle de la famille africaine traditionnelle. Je ne suis pas contre la polygamie, mais je pense que nous devrions peut-être comprendre dans le sens un peu relatif. Et donc, il y a des cultures qui s'embrassent, tout comme il y a des cultures qui peuvent se comprendre. Donc, à ce niveau, je suis très relativiste et donc je peux comprendre qu'il y ait polygamie ou qu'on comprenne qu'il y a, quand il y a un mariage, il y a une femme et il y a aussi un homme. Et donc le mariage devrait être reconnu comme l'union entre un homme et une femme, cellule fondamentale de la société, fondement de la stabilité communautaire. Alors au troisième point, c'est de la sanctuarisation des droits parentaux. La charte devrait consacrer explicitement le droit prioritaire et inaliénable des parents africains à orienter l'éducation morale, culturelle et spirituelle de leurs enfants. Ici, moi, je pense que c'est plus les valeurs que nous avons et que nous militons présentement qui doivent être ressorties. Et ceci doit vraiment être accentué par la charte.
que nos valeurs et nos cultures puissent vraiment être le socle de cette charte-là et que ce soit nous, parents africains. Aucune structure extérieure ou organisation internationale ou officine idéologique étrangère ne devrait se substituer aux familles africaines dans la transmission des valeurs, des repères culturels et de l'identité de la postérité africaine. Et donc ici, la protection de l'autorité parentale constitue un pilier essentiel de la stabilité sociale et de la continuité civilisationnelle du continent. Alors le tout dernier point, c'est de la souveraineté éducative et du retour aux sources africaines. Il devient urgent d'engager une réforme profonde de nos systèmes éducatifs afin de réduire progressivement la dépendance excessive au financement extérieur qui influence parfois les contenus pédagogiques et les orientations morales de nos écoles. Voilà, je vais m'arrêter par là. Moi, je pense que si je dois me résumer, je voudrais peut-être dire, comme je l'ai dit tout haut, que les discussions ont été déjà touchées et qu'un esprit relativiste m'anime. Donc, je comprends qu'il y a des cultures qui peuvent accepter que le mariage, c'est une femme et un homme, tout comme la polygamie peut. Donc, j'ai voté aussi pour ça. Et pour le reste, je crois que ça peut se discuter. Merci.
Yeah, the Honorable Mutita Kalunga, we thank you for moving on behalf of the delegation of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Is there any comment, or we beg to move, this being very clear that these important matters be remitted to the Secretariat and Technical Committee of the Conference for harmonization, consideration, and integration or incorporation into the final treaty draft.
Clotilde.
Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Honorable delegates, the ayes have it. Is that the last? Yes, so thank you very much, delegates. We are done with the proposed amendments. We have remitted them to the technical committee. Before I put the global question, I wanted to permit my brother to make a critical communication.
Thank you, honorable colleague. Delegates, we have received a letter from the Republic of Mozambique, from the leader of the delegation, and I want to transmit same to delegates before we take our final decision on the charter. Please permit me to read quickly. This is the Right Honorable Speaker of the Republic of Ghana. Subject: request for deferral of the signing of the charter on the family's sovereignty and values. Your Excellency, within the framework of the excellent relations of friendship, fraternity, and parliamentary cooperation that unite the Republic of Mozambique and the Republic of Ghana, I have the honor to address Your Excellency on behalf of the Parliament of Mozambique to extend our most cordial compliments. The Parliament of Mozambique follows with high esteem the initiatives led by your August Assembly in favor of strengthening institutional ties and discussing topics of mutual relevance to our nations and the African continent. Regarding the Charter on Families, Sovereignty, and Values, whose purpose and merit we fully recognize, we regret to inform you, Your Excellency, that due to purely logistical and legislative scheduling constraints, the Parliament of Mozambique did not have timely advance access to the content of this document. As Your Excellency is aware, the relevance and sensitivity of the matters addressed in the aforementioned charter require, in light of our legal framework and institutional practice, proud and necessary consultation, socialization, and joint review between the Mozambican Parliament, the government, and the competent authorities of Mozambique. In view of the foregoing, and moved by the deepest spirit of respect and commitment to the principles of this document, we most respectfully request, Your Excellency, that the signing of the charter by Mozambique take place posterior. We propose that the formal act of signing take place immediately following the proper internal socialization and processing of the document within our country, and that it may be carried out through most expeditious and appropriate diplomatic channels. Confident that Your Excellency will understand that this request aims to ensure a robust institutional alignment and fully conscious adherence to our shared commitment. We extend our thanks in advance for your customary sensitivity and flexibility. I avail myself of this opportunity to renew Your Excellency the assurances of the highest consideration and fraternal esteem. Accra, June 5th, 2026, on behalf of the Parliament of Mozambique, Honorable Carlos Tembe, Second Vice President of the Republic of Mozambique, the head of the delegation. This is for the attention of members. I'm sure you've all heard the content, and we are about to go ahead with the adoption, and I want to explain that we are not signing the document. We are adopting a charter that will be given to the heads of state, to speakers of parliament who will sign. And so we've all agreed here that the technical committee will put it together and give it to us to be sent to our various countries for our speakers to look at, so that when they meet at their COSPAL meeting, they will sign the document on our behalf. I believe that is clear for all of us. If that is it, Honorable, can you go ahead?
Yeah, honorable delegates, I'm now honored to put the following questions for your final decision and resolution. Honorable delegates, number one, I put the question, the communication that the conference be institutionalized under the Conference of Speakers be adopted as a resolution of this 4th Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty and Values. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable delegates, we keep progressing and improving on the charter. I now put the question, subject to the amendments proposed. The charter be and is hereby adopted. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The charter is adopted because the ayes have it. I thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. So this Congress in Accra has adopted. It's now left with the signing by our various speakers of parliament. We are moving straight to the next. Yes, I've recognized you. Yes, the lady from South Africa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to all honorable speakers. I just wanted to check, because now we're getting lost. Are we still adopting the amendments within the charter, or are we now going straight to the African Charter? I wanted to check with that, because
anybody who has heard her can answer. I didn't hear you because I was... The question again, please. The question again.
No, Chair, I was saying, are we adopting the amendments according to the Charter now, or are we going straight to adopting the African Charter?
So we adopted in Entebbe. First meeting we adopted, second meeting we adopted, third meeting we adopted, And this one, because of the new issues that have come on board, we said we should do an amendment to put all of them together as one document. So the charter was adopted in Inter-Parliamentary in 2025. So we are just adopting the amendment which will be added to whatever we have. It was sent to delegates. The charter was sent to delegates, but it has not become a document as we all want until the speakers take it on board and then sign onto it. Thank you. Yes, final one. We are moving on a speed of light.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, distinguished members of Parliament. We've passed that stage, but I would like to make an inquiry. Is it possible that we revert to the Burkina Faso proposed amendment and do a hand count for us to know who are those approving the signing of this amendment? Because some of us feel uncomfortable approving this amendment with the new definition of marriage. And so I would like to know if we could just do a hand count to know who are those voting instead of just generalizing it, because we feel uncomfortable, some of us, especially for someone like me, to define marriage between a man and several women. I think if it's something that we can look at to vote individually, hand count, so the journal can register that to know who are those voting in favor of that. Because guess what? We are talking about family values. That's why we've gathered here. And I don't know if polygamy is one of those family values that we are pushing in this amendment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Delegate. I believe that Honorable Tembe has explained that in his amendment, that it will come in the definition, in the definition table, where marriage will be defined there, so that it will not be man and women. Somebody mentioned it, that it will be a man and a woman, and whether there are 10 women, that is your own cup of tea. Thank you very much. I think we have passed that stage, and it has been adopted. Having said that, honorable colleagues, I now want to invite to the podium our next speakers, who will be looking at the place of civil society in promoting the family, the African Charter on family and family sovereignty and value. And to do this for us, we will honorably invite the Honorable Al-Hassan Tampuli Sumana, who is a member of Parliament for Gushegu, to moderate. Shall we do it up, give it up for him? Whilst he's taking his seat, the main discussant will join us quickly, and I know the moderator will introduce you properly. Dr. Zach Kwalala, the former Commissioner of Malawi Human Rights, Reverend Dr. Kwalala. Then we also invite, in fact, I've seen abbreviations here, I don't know who they are, to join the lead discussant, a panel from AA. Good. Please, you'll be properly introduced. FACH. FACH. We have CCI. CCI and ACPF. AA, FACH, CCI, and ACPF. Okay. So, is he concerning or is he in connection with this or the charter? Point of order, okay.
Yes, Honorable Program Director, I don't want it to seem as if it is a point of order on the speakers that we've called on the platform, but it is mainly because I had an engagement, firstly with you, to understand where we are now, and the explanation that you have given further. Then I want to state that in good faith as South Africa would like to reserve our rights in not adopting the charter because it contradicts the Constitution of South Africa, especially in Chapter 2, and also it does not align with the regional and international laws that we believe in. So we would like to reserve our rights not to adopt.
Okay. So we have Mozambique and South Africa. Thank you. Can we go ahead?
Thank you very much. I've been told that time is not on our side, so we have to do this under a certificate of urgency. So permit me to stand on protocols observed prior. Our topic for this session is, quote, the place of civil society in promoting the African Charter of Family, Sovereignty, and Values. Now, the draft African Charter on Family, Sovereignty, and Values is the outcome of broad stakeholder engagements, especially the conferences that have been held previously in Uganda in 2023, 2024, and 2025. I believe that the overarching objective of the Charter is for us to adopt an instrument collectively to preserve, protect, and strengthen the African family, which forms the foundation of African societies, and to shape individuals, uphold our cherished African religious and cultural values, and more importantly, to transmit those values to generations yet unborn. I believe that we are gathered here because we were born some time ago. Somebody made a conscious decision to procreate. Now, the least we can do, if not to do something better, is to maintain what has been given to us. African family values and cultural identities are under an unprecedented threat from alien ideologies that are tied to loans, aids, and grants. The contamination of our family, sovereignty, and values are being done with innovative ideas. We are confronted by terms such as sexual reproductive health and sexual reproductive health rights. Our educational curricula are being bastardized with these terms. You even hear of comprehensive sexuality education programs. Excellencies, fellow delegates, recall that the slave trade was facilitated by Africans. Our own people sold our people to the slave raiders. Recall again that colonialism was also facilitated by the same Africans. We brought in the colonialists to lord over us and to exploit our natural resources. We assisted them to do this. Make no mistake about it. Our own people will sell us out again. And And so we must protect the family. No one else will do this for us. It is incumbent on us that what our parents did for us, our grandparents did for us, we must do it for our own children. And so in doing this, stakeholder engagement, our first ladies, our ministers for education, health, foreign affairs, and so on and so forth, different stakeholders have had their bites. Now it's time for us to hear, how do we promote the values, the highlights of the charter that we are adopting for ourselves? How do we promote it? And now we need the perspectives of civil society organizations. We've heard from state actors. And to lead this discussion is the former commissioner for the Commission on Human Rights. In Ghana, we have an administrative justice. So ours is Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. Yours is Commission on Human Rights of Malawi, former Commissioner for Human Rights of Malawi, Dr. Zach Kawalala. Shall we give him a round of applause whilst we invite him to give us a very short presentation? Time is not on our side, Doctor. Thank you very much.
Honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, fellow leaders from the faith community and civil society, today I humbly stand before you as a practitioner of faith and also an active member of the civil society, like the moderators told us, as well as a former commissioner with my own human rights institution. I stand here aware how, as a continent, we have continued in a mode of pseudo-sovereignty. As a continent, we have continued under attack. Marriage has been under attack, the family institution, our culture, our values, at times called to be primitive. I stand here, though I'm aware that we've already moved motions to adopting the African Charter on family, sovereignty, and values, but I still stand here acknowledging that getting out of this house, there will be opponents where we're going. And a number of those opponents come from the civil society. A number of those opponents at times would come from faith community. It is therefore very important that the faith community, the civil society, forms a critical mass in our nations. And that as parliaments, we have to work with the faith communities and the civil societies to champion the African Charter. Sovereignty, family, and values. Over years, the faith community and the civil society have been a conduit for introduction of alien norms to our continent. Communities and civil societies, like the moderator have said, have been conduits even for slave trade. Faith communities have been conduits even for apartheid in South Africa. It is time that we speak the correct language in our generation. The Charter, as I read it, is a pro-family, a pro-woman, and a pro-child instrument that is rooted in our philosophy of Ubuntu. Let me be emphatic. This Charter has to be promoted at all times. There are instruments that have gone before this Charter. I can think about the Universal Declaration of the Human Rights, which was strongly reaffirmed in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Instruments that Africa helped shape and has long upheld. Now, there is opposition delegates, you first, coming out of this place. And that opposition will be sponsored and financed opposition from cultural imperialists that are coming again, not just to colonize Africa for its resources, but to colonize Africa for its culture, to colonize Africa for its family values, and all other values that makes us as one continent. Honorable members, you are aware that in 1981, the African leaders recognized that we cannot continue playing heavy reliance on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and therefore birthed the African Charter, among other reasons, as to confront the legacy of colonialism and racism, to establish a regional framework for enforcement with a focus heavily on state sovereignty. And I want to underscore this, because in 1981, that was the move of the Pan-Africanists. In our generation, I pray and beg that there shall be a rising to go back to that agenda and restore the sovereignty of our African nation. The 1981 African Charter for the human and people's rights was set up to develop a cultural relevant African philosophy. And we have to underscore that. Reasserting sovereignty and responding to atrocities from an African context. That has not changed. That is why heads of state meet from time to time at the AU. But possibly we have been overtaken by those that come and bring noise that is alien to the nation, to the continent of Africa. I beg, this is a critical moment. I beg for us to analyze the Charter. Let's analyze it from a human rights perspective. And you may find that the Charter speaks well to almost all other treaties that are already there in place. The Charter honors womanhood or motherhood. You can see that in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 25. The Charter respects sovereignty. Article 19 of the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties dictates that states can formulate reservations, and this charter respects those legitimate sovereign choices. So when I heard Mozambique, I heard South Africa saying we have some reservations. It is already provided for that you can have a reservation of an article. The Maputo Protocol, which was generally accepted, there are nations that are reservations to Article 14. And therefore, though we may adopt, we need to be able to understand the African Charter for the Human and People's Rights fought to ensure that as African states, we are able to make sovereign decisions that are, culturally based on where we are coming from. This charter, like I've said, is pro-child. The Convention on the Rights of the Child, the preamble is very explicit that the protection of the child must be there before as well as after birth. And it is already contained in what is coming in our charter, draft charter. It does not bring anything foreign, neither does it bring anything new. It reassets Africa to determine itself on how it wants to continue as a continent. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think I would like to call out what needs to be called out. The place of the faith and civil society is to defend, not to undermine, the African values. It is time to call out and stand against those who oppose the charter, and opposition has already started. The African Commission meeting, I believe it was in Banjul, recently had a site meeting just to attack this gathering before we could even gather here. And the civil society has raised its antennas to finance an attack on this charter. The faith community, traditional leaders, and civil society must take our place as gatekeepers to that which is alien. They may have the money, but we have the morals and we have the people. It is time to stand up. It is time to stand up and call out institutions like UNFPA, UNICEF, Amnesty International, Planned Parenthood, UNESCO, and IPAS. These entities push for comprehensive sexuality education, that increases early sexual debuts. These entities push for abortion among minors without parental consent, leaving minors vulnerable. These entities push for gender ideologies, which has recently been rejected by the 2024 UK CAS review as having remarkably weak evidence. If the West, Sweden, UK, Finland are turning around to see the evil of what they push for, why should we as Africa accept alien ideologies into our continent? So Africa must reject these harmful agendas and promote the protection that is provided for in the African Charter for family, sovereignty, and values. Let us be clear. The same foreign interests that once colonized our lands and resources now seek to colonize our families, our sovereignty, and our values. Let us be firm. Both the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the African Charter on Human and People's Rights already affirm our right to maintain our identity. Sovereignty means we decide and have self-determination. I want to close. The Charter is highly aligned with existing treaties and adds context to the implementation of existing treaties. We need no permission from external actors to protect what is ours. As a former commissioner, we need no permission from external actors to protect what is ours. Maybe I can repeat it again for the second time, twice or so. We need no permission from external actors to protect what is ours. As a former commissioner, I know treaties fail when unratified, when undomesticated, and therefore unimplemented. For example, CEDAW is ratified elsewhere, almost everywhere, yet child marriage still persists. The Convention on the Rights of the Child is universal, yet child labor still continues. The Charter's emphasis, this African Charter for family, sovereignty, and values, has an emphasis on domestication. And this is where real human rights starts and occurs, not through unenforceable declarations. Fellow faith leaders, fellow civil society activists, the charge is for us. Let us rise and promote the African Charter on family and sovereignty and values. The choice is clear. The Charter honors motherhood, protects children from sexualization and medical harm, and respects our sovereignty. We can't be blinded to the fact that the opponents of the draft charter stand for exploitation of women and children, while this charter stands for the protection of the family. I charge and plead with you to rise and resist continued imperialism that in many times has come with an exchange of our conscience, our soul, and has come in a form of aid. We must arrive at a place of self-determination and become the prosperous continent which we are. And to you, honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, I plead with you. Let's go to our nations and table a report on what has happened in Accra. This is very historical. I plead with you to ensure from this charter relevant protocols are fully domesticated. It is my strong plea that leaders of delegations will lay the report for debate and adoption in our parliaments. I believe if we were to debate everything that has come out in treaties that are alien in our parliaments, I believe most of those treaties would never see the light of day. Almost each one of you, honorable members, belong to a political party. This is time for you, your parties to be clear on the values that you espouse. Let Africa begin a journey to a place of true and not pseudo sovereignty. The time for hesitation is over. The time for decision is now. Rise, rise Africa. We must decide for ourselves. We must move forward. Thank you so much.
Vintage Dr. Zach, Reverend Dr. Zach Zabalala. Shall we give him one more round of applause? I think that what Reverend Dr. Zach has done is to summarize the essence of this sitting. I believe that after this presentation, maybe we should close? Or you think we should go on for a while? All right. So we have three eminent panelists. Kezia Peace Kenneth Azuma represents Advocates Africa, right? And then we have Sylvia Mesesi, Christian Council International. Sylvia, right? Very well. And then, last but not least, we have Vincent Kimosop, representing Africa Christian Professionals Forum. The three eminent panelists will be speaking to the presentation and then share some deep reflections, 5 minutes each, so that we can call it a day. Thank you. So we'll start with Kezia. You have an obligation to promote the African Charter. Tell us how you intend to do so in 5 minutes, please.
Okay, so my name is Kezia Peace Kenneth Azuma. I'm representing Advocates Africa. Yes, it's louder. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kezia Peace Kenneth Azuma, representing Kimathi Kemanchu of Advocates Africa. In the next 2 minutes, I'll be speaking briefly on how Advocates Africa will support the Charter and all the support that we are going to give to our member countries. On behalf of Advocates International, that's where I represent them as their African rep, I want to say that whatever I say on this podium, I am responsible and my colleagues on the board will help us achieve that. So Advocates Africa is a network of Christian lawyers, judges, law students, and other persons in 42 countries who make sure that they do justice with compassion. Our work includes formulating strategy, legal advice, private international law, among other things. So back to our document this afternoon and for the presentation. For us at Advocates Africa, we commit to support the network in the following way. 1, legal, policy, and advocacy. We are committed to ensure that we advocate to all persons on the continent and strengthen the rights of parents and family stability. 2, we will make sure that we create public awareness and civil education among the youth, the churches, and policymakers. I want to let you know that we have projects like the Daniel Project, collaborations with the ACPF already, Class 4 in Nigeria. So all of these things will be held to ensure that what we are doing in this room is carried out at the grassroots level. We are already engaging various governments in terms of making sure that we support your original documentations as well as making sure human rights and justice are upheld. That is also part of what we do at Daniel Project. Then we are going to support the various parliaments to make sure that this charter is domesticated and that whatever you need to ensure that you make it localized in your communities, we would ensure that we support you. We are also going to make sure that we will defend family sovereignty and then ensure that the charter emphasizes protection of the family, parental authority, cultural identity, amongst others. We also ensure that we will do what we call thought leadership and research, so that we have a group in AA where all we do is to research and ensure that we support your work. So we are going to conduct research and ensure that African families and all that we stand for are protected and valued. We're also going to make sure that those publications are published in the various relevant journals. And finally, we will ensure that wherever you need help in your ministries of justice, foreign ministries, our members in the 42 countries would make sure that they are available to support you in government houses, in parliament, and in your foreign ministries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kezia. Shall we take some interventions from Sylvia, please? Thank you very much. Shall we give it up for Sylvia, please?
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you today to contribute to this vital discussion on the role of civil society organizations in promoting the African Charter on Family Sovereignty and Values. My name is Sylvia Mesesi, and I will be speaking on behalf of Christian Council International. So as we gather here, we must confront a fundamental truth, and that is that the Charter will not succeed simply because it is adopted by governments or endorsed by parliaments. Laws and declarations may be signed in conference halls, but values are preserved in ordinary homes, schools, communities, and nations. This is exactly where civil society organizations such as our own become indispensable. In many ways, the story of this charter is the story of civil society organizations itself. Long before we gathered in this room, grassroots organizations were the lifeblood of this movement. By participating in the 3 previous conferences and mobilizing widespread support, civil societies shaped this document from the ground up. This charter grew from a vibrant movement of Africans demanding that their values and aspirations be reflected in public policy. As we transition into the next phase, our roles evolve from architects to ambassadors. Civil society organizations are the ultimate link between policymakers and ordinary citizens, tasked with ensuring these principles resonate far beyond national capitals and sterile conference rooms such as this one. The reality is that many Africans may never read this text for themselves. It is our role as civil society organizations to simplify its contents, break down barriers, and spark meaningful dialogue among ordinary families and citizens. Furthermore, we also bear the heavy responsibility of accountability. Adoption is merely just the starting line, not the finish line. Civil society must watchfully ensure that these paper commitments translate into tangible national laws and priorities. We must also be clear-eyed about the road ahead. This charter has attracted and will continue to attract intense criticism and misunderstanding. In response, civil society organizations must not retreat. We should instead engage respectfully, clarify misconceptions, and fiercely protect the narrative to ensure that discussions remain grounded in the lived realities and aspirations of African people. Ultimately, our task is far larger than securing signatures on a document. Our task is to build a lasting movement that will defend these principles and pass them securely to future generations. As I close, I am reminded of my favorite Ethiopian proverb, which says, when spider webs unite, they can tie up a lion. The monumental work of protecting our sovereignty and values cannot be achieved by any single leader or government alone. But when we unite, weaving together the efforts of ordinary Africans across the continent, there is no challenge too great for us to overcome. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvia Mesesi, for the reflections. In place of Vincent Kimosop, Akech Ayimba will take his place and deliver on behalf of Africa Christian Professionals Forum. Shall we give a round of applause while she takes the podium? Please.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity at very short notice. And my name is Akech Aimba, and I have run an organization called Pearls and Treasures Trust, which was founded after my own pain of abortion, and also sitting down and listening to over 400 women who've gone through abortion and telling their stories of post-abortion syndrome. Many of these women are from every walk of life, like from the highest paying job to the lowest paying job. And the reason they came for healing is because abortion wounded them. And as I was listening to us talking about the provision of abortion to women in the cases of incest and rape, I was wondering who's gonna speak about the child who didn't ask to be conceived in that situation. That child also has human rights that we need to recognize in this place, which is hardly recognized because we don't see that life, yet it is a life that is growing in the womb. And like I said, I have sat through 15 years of listening to different women talking about their stories of abortion, because abortion, the post-abortion syndrome is not written on women's faces, and many of them don't connect what they are going through to the Abortion Act until they hear somebody talking about post-abortion syndrome, which is not something that has been talked about in any in many of these conversations. So I'm here to represent women who've had abortions, who abortion has battered them, who abortion has wounded them, who abortion has stopped their lives from living. Many times they're working as living deads on the streets of our African nations. So I want us to go back to the drawing board. I request that we go back to the drawing board and make some amendments, and I'm here to give some technical support from my expertise of 15 years of listening to these women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, the thing about civil society organization is that their network is very, very strong. So I thought when the Yielded was asking her to speak on the topic, apparently she had her own plans. And she came with a topic that, you know, resonates with all of us, isn't it? So here in Ghana, just like Professor Bayo said, if a woman is raped, abortion is acceptable. All right? In fact, an imbecile woman, permission is granted. So is this one of the exemptions? An imbecile woman who has been impregnated by another person, a man, can also, get, abortion. So generally, abortion is an offense, except under certain circumstances. So, in view of the absence of time, we would open the floor to get some 2 or 3 reflections. And I'm gender sensitive. As your moderator, I would not take only males, making the intervention. Definitely, there must be more women making the intervention. So I will take my former wife, Ajia, I'll take you first. Please give us your name and then which delegation you represent. Thank you very much.
My name is Ladi Ayayamba, Member of Parliament in Ghana Parliament, representing the good people of Pusiga in the Upper East region of Ghana. I share borders with Burkina Faso and Togo. We are a constituency that we go to eat in Togo or Burkina and then come back to our constituency in Pusiga to wash our hands. So that is what we are. So we are already united and we are together. To contribute to us as Africans and staying together, respecting our values and ensuring that our sovereignty becomes our own. Our own because most people, and the greatest problem is that we go buying. Let me say buying, because even when we are not invited, you admire something and you don't consider yourself, you don't consider your background, you don't consider your own ethnic group, and then you take it up. And that is when we begin to fail. I have sat through and then I have listened. The greatest problem we have is that, in the first place, we must accept ourselves as Africans. We must accept the fact that we are Africans. That is the first thing. Secondly, we must be united. We must be united. If we want to move forward, we must be united. If we are not united, forget it. Because betrayal is like telling a lie. When you tell a lie, even an atom, it will become bigger than the whole truth that is an ocean full. So we must be united, because if we betray one another, we will have issues. We will have issues because we will be used. We will be used. We need to be conscious of that. Our values have been bequeathed to us. And our children, we have heard through discussions how they are being lured into accepting what even their parents do not know and have never seen. I have heard a word coming up very seriously among especially the young girls, the word Gen Z and that Generation Zero. So are you accepting that you are a generation that is zero? Is that what we are allowing our girls, especially, to go with? No respect, no care. Mothers have no control, fathers have no control, teachers are being beaten, and what have you? I was not raised like that. Why will I allow you to go that way? We need to imbibe this in our children while they are very, very, very young. And the other issue is that we must be each other's keeper. How are we going to be each other's keeper? Some of us, we eat, we drink, we are okay. We don't care about the next country or the next person. We need to be each other's keeper by making sure that these artificial borders that have divided us must be erased. We must make sure that visas between African countries are something that nobody should be struggling for. With time, I will come up again. Thank you very much. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Ajia Ladi Ayi Ayamba. Let's take some reflections from Liberia. Liberia. Please give us your name.
Thank you very much,
Honorable. Let's make it snappy. Right?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me say thank you to the panelists also for those speeches that you've made. Honorable Chair, since we started this conference, we have listened to beautiful speeches. We have had remarkable interactions as Africans. Honorable Chair, we have adopted documents that are intended to promote African unity, African solidarity, and African sovereignty. But I'm wondering, as an African sitting, forming part of this conference, if all of these are achievable. Somebody will wonder why I've asked this question. I ask because we as Africans, I believe, like the Honorable said, are our own problems. Africans, we discriminate a whole lot. We are Afrophobic to ourselves. We are xenophobic to ourselves. We hate one another as Africans. But yet we sit here and blame the worst out of our speeches we've made. I'm wondering, if these are achievable, what do we hope to get from this gathering when we, as Africans, are the problems to ourselves? That's a little concern, and I'm wondering which one of the panelists could just address these concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Liberia. We'll take South Africa. South Africa, please give us your name.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
And I believe this will be the last reflection.
Okay, thank you for affording me the opportunity.
Very well, so let's make it snappy, please, so we can take
yes.
maybe one or two more, please.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think I was touched by the issue that was spoken by one of the speakers there in terms of abortion and the right of a child that has a mother that was raped. I just wanted to check in the context of gender-based violence and femicide, where women are experiencing a lot of patriarchal situations in workplaces where they are even forced for them to be employed. They must sleep with an employer. In issues of domestic violence where one child will be abused and molested by their uncles and fathers. What do we say about the right of that child in that family? They must now contain themselves into accepting the right of this human right that they are carrying, but no one takes care of their right as a human right, as human. So it seems as if we are not dealing with the root cause of the problems that we have, our socio-economic problems that we have that are creating these problems. We merely want to deal with the cherry on top of when now a person is raped and they get pregnant. There is prostitution out here, of which our women make money out of. How then do you expect that person to be able to continue with that if now they'll have to get pregnant every day? What other angles do we look at when it comes to human rights and the abuse of this human that is a woman? I mainly speak because this was raised by one of the women in this house, and you stood there, so I want to get that context and you explain it clearly, because I don't think we come with facts when we bring these issues on board and we don't get to the root causes of what causes these things and how do we suffer as Africans first. And our Ubuntu, does it mean compassion and does it mean love and caring? Thank you.
For your intervention. The master of ceremony is breathing heavily down my neck. So please, 1 minute. All right, I'll grant you 1 minute.
I crave your indulgence to please allow me to
Please
stand.
give me your name.
My name is David Aguda.
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 Aguda, please.
Aguda.
1 minute.
I want to draw our attention as we work or conclude work on this charter. A generation is 30 years, maximum 40 years. I want to create a hypothetical situation. If from today,
29 seconds more, please.
Every man decides to marry a man, and every woman decides to marry a woman, what happens to the African continent in 40 years' time? What legacy are you living as a parliamentarian in Africa today for your children? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. I want to assure you, it will never happen. It will never happen. A man will never marry a man here in Ghana, and a woman will never marry a woman here in Ghana. It will never happen. I leave the last word to Dr. Max Zabalala, then we can call it a day. Thank you very much, Doc.
Sir, my hand has been up all day today, and nobody has accepted me to speak here. My hands has been up all day today. I need to know what's going on.
Please, which country?
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
I look Nigerian.
Please, 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 please. You are my in-law. My wife is Yoruba.
My wife is from Shaki, and so it cannot be discriminatory. Anywhere I see Yoruba, you must get your opportunity. Please.
Thank you. Can I go ahead now? Let's hear you. Thank you. I believe that this segment is for the civil society organizations. And I really want to speak to this because the civil society organizations wield enormous power, soft power, in driving policies. Let us go back to our various countries and ask ourselves, how did the SDG goals replace some of your national development programs? It was the civil society organizations. Retraining your parliaments, retraining your politicians, retraining your civil servants. There is a civil society organization that I'm aware of in a country in Africa here that has trained aides and appended them to every office in every single legislator, funded by the Gates Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, MacArthur, and the rest of them, to push their policies. How in the world do you want your own policies to gain the ascendancy in such a democracy, in such a place, when the civil society organizations are serving as research consultants to this parliament? So if we ignore the power of civil society organization in driving this conversation, this may remain a talk shop and the ideas will not leave this parliament. However, I would say this, that we must also consider the media in this. If our policies are not built on consensus, which will be driven by the media, which has been used to reculture our Africans. I'm seeing a lot of media-driven policies discussed in this place that were never African already here. These things were done by the media. We are having some civilizations in Africa here accept LGBT already, done by the media till it became a policy. We must also consider that our policies here, this African Charter that we're discussing today, leaves this room and becomes talking points in our media stations all across Africa. Sitting next to me here is an international journalist from South Africa who has come also to look at this conversation. This is the first time many of us are hearing of this kind of intervention. Thank you.
You should be landing, my lord.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the intervention. So, Doc, please, let's take your final remarks and then we'll take it.
Honorable speakers, honorable members, let me appreciate all the interventions that have come from the floor. I'm touched with a statement that came from the delegate from South Africa, very much touched. But it speaks to some of the sentiments I raised in my presentation. That this charter, this African Charter for Family, Sovereignty, and Values, starts to answer some of the concerns that she raised. I made a statement that CEDAW is ratified almost everywhere, yet child exploitation still continues. I made a statement that the Convention of the Right of the Child is universal, yet child labor continues. Now, one of the things that the African Charter for Family, Sovereignty, and Values is trying to do is address issues that has caused the girl child suffer. Article 7, 1 and W restricts certain elements and protects the woman from the kind of ills that she raised. It protects the woman from commercial surrogacy, which comes in with some of these alien rights that are coming to the nation. And I'm saying this charter aligns with CEDAW, but it brings a step further, the implementation, the domestication. Once this charter is institutionalized and it is put into implementation, we'll start to cure the concerns that you had raised. I would like to speak that indeed, like the last speaker spoke, the faith community the civil society creates a critical mass that parliaments and governments cannot put aside. And the opposition, the proponents of alien culture, alien values, have used the civil society. Members of parliaments in my country, institutions like IPAS, COPUA, UNFPA, would take members of parliament with good khaki envelopes and allowances to make members of parliament vote for what is alien to us. I pray as we move on going forward, we'll be able to stand against them. I said in my speech, they have money, we have morals, we have people. Let's move and turn the nation, the continent of Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Thank you very much, Akech. Thank you very much, Kezia. And thank you so very much, Dr. Zabalala. Thank you very much to you all. God bless you all. We're done? Are we done? Yeah. Okay, sorry. No.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hassan Tampuli, and our lead discussant, Doctor. We move to the final stage of our adoption of communique. And now we'll be inviting the heads of the delegation from the 5 countries, 5 regions, sorry. First of all, I want to invite the moderator, who will also be a panelist, the Senate President of Eswatini, who represents the South African region. Can we please give it off to her? Then we have from the Central Africa, the Speaker of Chad, or the leader of Chad delegation. Chad, Central Africa. Then we have the Speaker of Morocco from the Northern Africa region. Please, let's give it out. Then the Speaker or the leader of Cameroon, representing the East Africa region. No, sorry, the Central Cameroon, yes, Central Africa, to represent the Chad. Cameroon.
Central is Chad.
No, they are not here. Chad.
They are not here. Okay, the Cameroon is Chad. Cameroon is also
Chad. Is Chad coming? Yeah, give it to her. Oh. Okay, Cameroon. I hear Chad is here. I thought Chad has left. Please, Cameroon. Chad will continue. Then West Africa, we invite the Speaker of Sierra Leonean Parliament. Please, let's give it out. Then East Africa, Kenya, we invite the Assistant Speaker to represent the East African region. So we have West Africa, North Africa, South Africa, East Africa, and we are still waiting for Chad before I move to call Cameroon to replace Chad. Then our host, Honorable. Yes, you are going to, hey, you are the host. You need to adopt Central, one for Central. One chair for Central. Yeah, Central Africa. So we need one for our host. Whilst at it, we are working on a French translation, and we hope that it will be ready soon. Meanwhile, the English translation is ready. Have they given you a copy? Have they given you a copy? No. Oh, then the moderator has one. So we're projecting the English version. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Can you bring the speaker from Chad?
Procedure, Speaker, Chair.
Yes, I recognize him.
Oh, thank you so much, Chair. I know that we are almost coming to the end of our days here, and aware that today is World Environment Day, and we've been discussing about issues to deal with food and nutrition security, including environmental protection, because they are interlinked. Wouldn't it be necessary, because getting this audience is not easy, to present a 1-minute statement to this House in reflection of our World Environment Day? I'm just raising a procedural matter for your guidance. Thank you, Chair.
I'm just an MC. Let me ask the speaker, moderator from Eswatini, whether we can give a 30-second, not 1 minute. 30 seconds. So do you want to do it from there? On okay, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speakers, and our wonderful MC, Honorable, for giving me the floor to present a statement on this World Environment Day. From my coming here, I told you that I was an environmental lawyer and an activist on climate change and environmental protection, and it's exciting to know that we have met here, and it will never be easier to get such a gathering on this particular day. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this statement as we celebrate World Environment Day in Ghana. On behalf of the Africa Parliamentarians Network on Climate Change, I extend greetings to all parliamentarians gathered here for this important conference on family values. Today, as we mark World Environment Day, we are reminded that the health of our environment is inseparable from the well-being of our families, the sovereignty of our nations, and the future of our continent. Africa bears both the greatest promise of natural wealth and the heaviest burden of environmental degradation and climate change. From droughts to floods to hurricanes, Africa is the most affected continent, with only emission of less than 4% global emission. Parliaments have a direct responsibility to act. We must strengthen legislations on environmental protection, enforce accountability for pollution and deforestation, and prioritize investments in renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, and water security. Because in this meeting we are talking about sovereignty of our legislations, our family values and laws. We must also ensure that our policies protect the most vulnerable communities who feel the impact of climate change first and worst. As we advance the pillars of the Africa trade as a continent and African Agenda 2063, let us commit to building an Africa where economic growth goes hand in hand with environmental stewardship, protecting our land, forests, rivers, and air is protecting the inheritance we leave to the next generation.
Thank you, my sister.
May this Environment Day, honorable members, renew our resolve to legislate boldly on issues of climate and environmental protection and cooperate across borders for a healthier, more resilient Africa. Let's stand up for the World Environment Day. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's put hands together for her. Thank you.
So we move straight to take the communique to be projected on our screens as well as on the larger screen. Madam Speaker, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, honorable speakers, deputy speakers, honorable members of national parliaments, civil society, religious leaders, traditional leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the Fourth Estate. The communique that is about to be presented to this Fourth African Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty and Values captures the outcomes, recommendations, and collective aspirations emerging from our discussions. It reflects the contributions of delegates, experts, faith leaders, civil society representatives, and stakeholders who have worked diligently throughout this conference. As leaders and stakeholders entrusted with shaping the future of our societies, it is our responsibility not only to articulate our convictions, but also to translate them into meaningful action that benefits our people and strengthens our institutions. It is therefore now my honor as Senate President of the Parliament of the Kingdom of Eswatini to present the communique of this Fourth African Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty and Values. I read the preamble. We, the members of African parliaments, African leaders and civil society communities, having convened in Accra, Ghana from 3rd to 6th June 2026, affirm our collective concern over growing threats to the African family, national sovereignty, and societal values arising from external pressures, ideological influences, and policy frameworks that do not reflect the aspirations, traditions, and realities of African peoples. Affirming our continued commitment to the resolutions agreed upon in the 3 Entebbe conferences on African family, sovereignty, and values. Continuing to recognize that the family is the natural and fundamental unit of society and the bedrock of social stability, cultural continuity, and sustainable development across Africa. Determined to consolidate parliamentary consensus and strengthen cooperation among African legislators in advancing the objectives and principles of the African Charter on Family, Sovereignty, and Values. We now seek to mobilize all African leaders, legislatures, civil society communities, and citizens to uphold Africa's independence in defining its values, legislations, policies, decisions, and destiny. Key declarations. Participants were granted audience by the Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Julius Debra, representing His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana. He emphasized that the family is the fundamental building block of society, serving as the primary institution through which values, identity, and resilience are transmitted across generations. 1.2 of it reads, he affirmed the importance of preserving African values through strong families, responsible leadership, and institutions that promote social cohesion and national identity. He therefore advocated for family-centered policies that promote social protection systems, improved maternal and child health services, expanded employment opportunities, and inclusive economic growth. He affirmed Africa's commitment to international cooperation, mutual respect, and constructive partnership while insisting on the continent's right to chart its own development path. He called on delegates to ensure that the principles of the African Charter on family, values, and sovereignty are translated into practical actions and policies. He urged participants to leave the conference with renewed commitment to protecting family values, strengthening sovereignty, building resilient institutions, and expanding opportunities for future generations. He expressed confidence that Africa possesses the talent, the resources, and potential necessary to shape its own destiny and build a prosperous future rooted in its values and identity. The chair of the Conference of Speakers and Presidents of the African Legislatures, COSPAL, and Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, in his keynote address drew a parallel between the 4th African Inter-Parliamentary Conference and the 1958 All-African People's Conference in Accra. He stated that Africa has achieved political independence, but now faces a new struggle to preserve its cultural identity, family values, and sovereignty. The Right Honorable Speaker further stressed that the family is the most vulnerable unit of governance and social security on the continent, and that weakening family structures directly undermines national stability. He cautioned against external pressures imposing foreign legal and cultural paradigms. The Right Honorable Speaker highlighted severe strains on African families from poverty, migration, educational deficiencies, and unregulated digital influences, calling for a shift from rhetoric to practical actions. He urged targeted government policies such as affordable housing, child nutrition, maternal health care, and support for elderly care, as opposed to harmful traditional practices and child labor. Participants deliberated on advancing the African Charter on family, sovereignty, and values, and resolved that parliamentary consensus must extend across the 7 domains of the conference discussions of 1. African family systems in contemporary times, dynamic pressures, resilience, and dynamic pressures and resilience. Secondly, sovereignty and cultural preservation, implications for lawmaking and governance. Thirdly, values-based education and youth development, safeguarding future generations. Fourthly, gender, marriage, and family well-being, promoting balance while upholding cultural norms. Fifthly, technology, media, and global influences, assessing risks to African identity and family cohesion. Sixthly, comparative legislative approaches, lessons from African and global jurisdictions. The seventh and last one, drafting the African Charter, content structure, obligations, enforcement, and monitoring. All these emanate from the overarching thematic charter principles of sovereignty of the African family, African religious and cultural values sovereignty, education sovereignty, health sovereignty, food and natural resources sovereignty, and economic development and political sovereignty. African family system in contemporary times, dynamic pressures, resilience. My apology. The third one is sovereignty and cultural preservation, implications for lawmaking and governance. Then 3.6, participants agreed to preserve African culture. Participants agreed that to preserve African culture, African nations must integrate indigenous African knowledge systems, cultural heritage, ethics, and civic responsibility into the educational system to ensure that African children and youth are firmly established in their identity, history, and values. Values-based education and youth development, safeguarding future generations. 4.5, participants agreed that there should be a shift in the education framework to emphasize scaling demand-driven technical and vocational training, fostering youth entrepreneurship through provision of startup capital, mentorship and coaching, and leveraging digital innovation. On gender, marriage, and family well-being, promoting balance while upholding cultural norms. Participants expressed concern that contemporary discussions on family life, parenting, and sexuality have increasingly marginalized the role of fathers and men, thereby weakening family structures and the transmission of values, and have agreed to promote policies, programs, and educational initiatives that encourage the active involvement of fathers and men in family life, parenting, and the moral formation of children. Participants were concerned that sex education in some contexts is increasingly detached from family involvement, cultural values, and moral responsibility, and agreed to advocate family-centered and age-appropriate approaches to sex education that actively involve parents and guardians as primary educators of their children. Participants expressed concern that changing social attitudes towards marriage may undermine its perceived role in family formation, child development, and social stability, and stressed to promote educational and public awareness programs that highlight the importance of marriage, family life, and responsible relationships as foundational institutions for societal development. Participants noted that educational curricula often place insufficient emphasis on family values, character formation, and moral development, and agreed to encourage the integration of family values, ethics, character development, and responsible citizenship into educational curricula across African countries. Participants expressed concern that family-related issues do not always receive adequate policy attention and coordination within government structures, and agreed to encourage African governments to strengthen institutional mechanisms and policy frameworks that support family well-being, family stability, and the protection of children. Participants expressed concern about the influence of external cultural and ideological trends that may conflict with the values and traditions upheld by African societies, and agreed to uphold the sovereign rights of African nations to develop laws, policies, and educational frameworks that reflect their constitutional principles, cultural heritage, and societal aspirations. Participants emphasized the need for legislative frameworks that promote family cohesion, child welfare, and cultural values, and agreed to support continued dialogue among African parliaments, government, faith-based organizations, traditional leaders, civil society, and families towards the development and implementation of policies that strengthen families, protect children, and preserve Africa's cultural heritage and values. On technology, media, and global influences, assessing risks to African identity and family cohesion, participants discussed the influence of technology and media on family cohesion, and agreed that African nations must take steps to promote policies that strengthen family institutions and protect children within digital environments. Participants discussed the need to mitigate the negative effects of technology on the African youth, and agreed to develop comprehensive national and continental frameworks for data protection, cybersecurity, and digital governance, and accelerate the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the Malabo Convention across African countries. Participants agreed that to safeguard African data sovereignty through local data hosting, data localization policies, and stronger regulatory oversight, develop indigenous African AI systems, language models, and digital technologies. Participants appreciated that African governments should promote the inclusion of African languages, cultures, traditions, and indigenous knowledge systems within digital platforms and AI applications. Participants agreed to protect African children and youth from harmful online content, cyberbullying, digital exploitation, and technology-driven addictions by enhancing digital literacy and cybersecurity awareness programs for citizens, families, educators, and public institutions. Participants stressed that to promote greater African participation in shaping global digital governance standards, content moderation frameworks, and technology regulations, Africans must strengthen collaboration among governments, universities, technology experts, civil society organizations, and policymakers in addressing digital governance and emerging technologies challenges. Comparative legislative approaches, lessons from African and global jurisdictions. Participants deliberated on comparative legislative approaches in African and other jurisdictions and agreed that the policy frameworks should continue to align with existing international and regional human rights instruments, including the International Bill of Rights and the core human rights treaties. Participants agreed that national, political, legal, and human rights institutions should be strengthened to ensure effective protection of rights, accountability, and the preservation of African sovereignty. Participants discussed the need to strengthen policies and legal frameworks aimed at protecting children, safeguarding the right to life, and ensuring the welfare and dignity of vulnerable groups within society. Participants took note of the effort to divert and redefine African values through other legislations and agreed that efforts should be made to promote African identity, integration, unity, and cultural heritage as drivers of sustainable political and economic advancement across the continent. The conference emphasized that African countries should pursue engagement among governments, national human rights institutions, civil society, academia, and regional bodies to incorporate legislations that deepen understanding of the intersection between human rights, sovereignty, culture, and development in Africa. Drafting the African Charter, content, structure, obligations, enforcement, and monitoring. Institutional framework adopted and recommended by speakers of the Parliament of Ghana. The session adopted the following recommendations. 1, COSPAL should formally adopt the activities, processes, resolutions, and outcome documents emerging from the first 4 inter-parliamentary conferences that culminated in the development of the Charter. COSPAL should establish a committee on family, sovereignty, and values comprising between 3 and 5 speakers of parliament to provide strategic oversight and direction for the institutionalization process. 3, the COSPAL committee should establish a secretariat drawing from the founding members and supported by appropriate technical expertise to coordinate and drive the work of the network. The secretariat should undertake activities between conferences, including coordination, monitoring, communication, advocacy, research, reporting, and the planning and execution of annual conferences. The COSPAL committee, together with the founding member states, should develop and submit for adoption the constitutional and statutory instruments required for the governance and operation of the institution within a stipulated timeline, within stipulated timelines, my apology. National parliamentary caucuses or associations on families, sovereignty, and values should be established within member states to support implementation, advocacy, monitoring, and reporting. A sustainable financing framework should be developed through member states' contributions, parliamentary budget allocations, partnerships, grants, and other lawful sources of support. Future conferences should be hosted on a rotational basis among participating countries to enhance ownership, participation, and continental engagement. Clear timelines should be established for implementation of the institutionalization process, particularly in relation to engagement with COSPAL and submission of proposals for consideration by relevant African Union structures. Mechanisms should be developed to strengthen collaboration with traditional authorities, faith-based organizations, civil society organizations, and community institutions to ensure broad-based support and sustainability. Strategic partnerships should be pursued with like-minded institutions and networks globally to strengthen advocacy efforts and amplify African perspectives on family, sovereignty, and cultural values. Educational and cultural initiatives should be promoted to strengthen awareness of African values and preserve cultural identity among young generations. Call to action. African Parliament should subject the draft African Charter on Family, Sovereignty and Values to internal consultation with their respective executives and domestic processes of public participation in the period preceding the fourth Inter-Parliamentary Conference. Preceding the fifth Inter-Parliamentary Conference, my apology. Preceding the fifth Inter-Parliamentary Conference. We call upon civil society organizations to subject the draft African Charter on Family, Sovereignty and Values to wide public participation in preparation for the fifth Inter-Parliamentary Conference scheduled for the year 2027. We encourage all African parliaments to attend the fifth African Inter-Parliamentary Conference that shall be hosted in May 2027. Participants expressed their appreciation to His Excellency President John Dramani Hamani, the President of the Republic of Ghana, for his support for the conference, as well as delivering the welcome address and opening the conference through his representative, the Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. Participants also appreciated the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana, for hosting and supporting the conference. Appreciation also goes to the Speakers of Parliament and heads of delegations that have continuously participated in the Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty and Values. End of communique. Honorables, permit me to put a question for this august House on the adoption of the conference communique. I put a question on the adoption of this communique. I will then bring forward a board after the adoption, after someone has moved for adoption. I will bring a board for members to sign the board and say they are part of this process. Honorable Sarah Upendi.
I think on the call to action, since this is a communique, we should be definite on the next host country and mention it in this communique, as we have always done. So I just wanted to make that amendment at 8.3. I have Burkina Faso as the country that applied to host next year's conference, the first French-speaking country to actually apply to host. And I know that Eswatini had equally shown interest.
I am conflicted as I'm standing on the podium. But yes, Eswatini has also raised their hand. We would like to host the next conference if the August gathering so suggests. Thank you. May I invite the Deputy Speaker.
For Eswatini? I mean,
I'll invite the Deputy Speaker. As I say, I'm conflicted. Let him lead this process. Thank you.
Well, now that we are looking for a country to take the baton from us, I think we want to make it open. Now you've gotten 2 countries. Is there any other country that is interested or desirous to host so that we decide together? I just want us things to be done openly. So apart from Burkina Faso and Eswatini, is it that there's any country which is also desirous to host? If no country is prepared, then probably we will have to. It's a form of democracy, so we will look up to consensus. If the consensus we are not able to build, then obviously we show up hands.
Could Burkina Faso...
Can we allow them to
bid?
Yeah. Can we allow the 2 countries to?
Yeah. Let them address us on why they need it. Yeah.
So, honorable members, I think Uganda,
You propose.
who said for 3 years, and the baton moved from Uganda, which is East Africa, to Ghana, which is West Africa. That's not the basis anyway, but you want to speak?
Yeah, maybe we request them to motivate, justify to us why they should be the one holding next year and not the other year. There could be a reason, maybe the coming year may be having issues, so that's why they would host next year. You see, like, that's how Kenya withdrew, because Kenya was bidding for it, but because they have elections, they pulled out. So they must give us a justification. There could be why. Not that they should not be able to offer next year, but just in case there are reasons like the way Kenya behind the scenes had a discussion, they can just talk to us.
So we should give the floor to
yes,
the 2 countries.
2 countries there.
To tell us why.
Why next year, not the other year.
Well, that's the position of my friend from Uganda. Should we go that way? Well. So, Honorable Deputy Speaker of Burkina Faso, can you take the floor and tell us why you want to? So, within 2 minutes, if you can tell us something. Yes, you can come here.
Monsieur le Président et chers honorables délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, au nom de toutes nos délégations, je voudrais exprimer notre profonde gratitude au peuple et au gouvernement du Ghana, ainsi que le Parlement, pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'excellente condition de travail qui nous ont été offertes durant cette conférence. Je saisis l'occasion pour inviter l'ensemble des délégations à la prochaine conférence interparlementaire africaine sur les valeurs familiales et la souveraineté que le Burkina Faso souhaite accueillir au cours de la prochaine semaine de mai 2027. Après plusieurs éditions organisées dans des pays anglophones, il nous paraît opportun qu'un pays francophone prenne le relais dans un esprit d'équilibre et de représentativité. En tant que pays membre fondateur, nous avons été sollicités les fois passées, mais nous n'étions pas encore disponibles. Aujourd'hui, au nom du président du FASO, le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré, dans d'importantes réformes de souveraineté et de développement qui sont engagées, alors nous souhaiterions que vous touchiez du doigt cet exemple de volonté de souveraineté dans tous les domaines et voir sur place ce que veut dire la prise de sa souveraineté et à quoi ça engage et surtout les aspects concrets que vous allez voir sur le terrain. Alors nous serons véritablement honorés de vous recevoir à Ouagadougou avec toutes vos délégations et même les pays qui n'ont pas pu être là sont brillamment invités à participer à la prochaine conférence à Ouagadougou en mai 2027. Je vous remercie.
Very well, thank you very much. Let me now turn to Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. My own country, the Kingdom of Eswatini, stands as a testament to the preservation of culture and tradition while embracing modernity. And I believe that by the participants coming to the kingdom to see for themselves how we govern even our political system, we have ensured that everyone is not left behind, starting from the grassroots, respecting our traditional leadership, and then embracing the modernity. It is my desire on behalf of the Kingdom of Eswatini that you see what culture is. Our society has a grouping, has an activity for our maidens, teaching them to preserve their purity. An example is that in the month of August, maidens come over 100,000 from all corners of the country to come and just dance and celebrate and sing. We are a people that speak in song and we speak in dance. At the same time, we believe that we need to develop. We have groupings for women as well, for the married women, that is in February. Again, throngs come in their numbers, and for the men. This is how we've been able to keep our culture. We have managed to keep it. We are proud to be Africans, we are proud to be Swazis, and we invite you to come, and we love ourselves. So we are just saying to our fellow Africans, let's love ourselves. We are just a fraction of our society, but when you come to the kingdom and see all of us, I think you'll be happy. Thank you very much.
Very interesting, eh? So what do we do?
2 meetings.
Delegates, what do
Two
you do?
conferences.
Two conferences.
So, can we resolve the first step by consensus? If among themselves they can reach consensus and tell us, fine, we decided to do this, but looking at the situation, we want to do this, then other than that, we have no other option than to go through democratic way by voting. So, among yourselves, can you tell us something?
Right Honorable Speaker, can I move out with Burkina Faso and Eswatini? Can I move out? I don't want us to get into a vote. We'll start dividing ourselves.
Exactly.
You
That
can
was
see
just
the
my
tension that
suggestion.
this has created. Can I invite them and we return after 1 minute?
Very well. Is that the case? Sierra Leone, do you?
Mr. Speaker, I am not satisfied that Sarah moves alone. We need another person to join Sarah to move so that we have what we call a united and a unique decision here. We don't want countries to go out.
Then I want you to join them. Morocco, also join them. Omaba. It's what in it. Everybody wants to go to Eswatini. Oh, no, we won't go there.
Well, that's one way to lose these walking blues. Guns on souls in the shoes. She was visibly forgotten, and then she slipped into my pocket with my car keys. She said, "You've taken it for granted, as I please. Where is that?" And I could say, rockity rock, upon Zion is in. The ready to rock. We are the right news from Zion every coast. The ready to rock. We say come on, right. Kokoni Rasta. Kokoni right. Kokoni Rasta. Somebody is working out the sound system. See Jaja rhythm and moving to space and time on. Brother can be, he got nothing, he built out in this line. So why don't you get him up to sign us rest? We say, Koko, it right. Koko, it Rasta. Rasta lay, yeah. Koko, it right. Koko, it Rasta.
we're gonna rock yours. In the mountains there, we're gonna rock you strong. We're positively moving you up with each other. No matter what you say or do, you better reckon now. That's why we say, walk on it right. Walk on it Rasta, Rasta layer. Walk on now, walk on it right. Walk on it Rasta. Walk on now, walk on it right. Walk on it Rasta.
They all know it's a life vehicle. Why? India.
It's like someone Zion is right. It's like someone Zion is right. I pray to Jah honestly, so please let me live honestly. Love my brother, that's all I need. I need no riches, just harmony. It's like someone Zion is right. It's like someone Zion is right. I'm willing, Jah, to lay down outside on the way like a footmat. Even the center of Zion, drop on my back and never enter in. It's like someone Zion is right. It's like someone Zion is right. I pray every day to see the falling of a wicked man. I know that wickedness won't prove it, but only for a little while. And it's like someone Zion is right. It's like someone Zion is right. You gotta go to Zion with your force. I'm not a silent in your house. You cannot leave here with your begun. All you got to do is let me pray. Let's sit on our knees and clap our hands and say, Father, please help me. It's like someone Zion is right. It's like someone Zion is right. Satan surrounds like a rolling lion, seeking their children to devour on the days of our lives. Like a hungry eagle flying through the skies, seeking for men so to devour, but don't let him catch us.
Honorable members,
It's like someone Zion.
can I have your attention a little bit, honorable members? As Eswatini and Burkina Faso are developing a consensus, I would like to invite the African Christian Professionals Forum to share with us about a survey that they are conducting on the state of the family. Okay? African Christian Professionals Forum, do it quickly. You have just 2 minutes so that we get the consensus.
Thanks, Richard. Honorable members, excuse me, you could post it. Honorable members, order. May I have your attention? Order member for Kenya. Hello? Consultations are in loud. Kindly allow me to make a request. If you could lend me your attention for a minute. As you know very well, civil society plays a very important role in supporting the implementation of the Charter. And one of the things we've committed to do at the Africa Christian Professionals Forum is research. We are therefore in the process of conducting a survey, Africa-wide survey, to document policies and laws that will actually go a long way in advancing the Charter. To achieve that, we have developed an online survey. You are going to receive it. It is in English and in French. And we want to gather as much information as possible that will help us champion and advance this cause. Please support us when you receive the link that will be shared among the conference documents. Thank you. Asante sana. Merci beaucoup. Obrigado.
Very well. Obrigado. Right, honorable speakers, deputy speakers, honorable members. Honorable Sarah Opindi decided to mediate between Burkina Faso and Eswatini. I think I will call her to tell us what was the outcome.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Distinguished delegates, we are here as Africans trying to forge unity amongst ourselves. And it is for that reason, having seen the cheers for Eswatini, the cheers for Burkina Faso, I did not want a divided house. So we have had both presenting the reasons, and you all had, and agreed that since we are building this African unity and solidarity around the family, we need, the more frequent we meet, the better for us. So considering the views presented by the two countries, we've agreed that the first 4 meetings have been held in 3 Uganda, 1 in Ghana, and all these are English-speaking countries. Let us give an opportunity to Burkina Faso to host the 5th conference, and then give an opportunity to Eswatini, considering that they have their cultural event towards the end of August or early September. They will advise us. We hold another meeting in Eswatini around that time when they are celebrating their cultural event. So that is the win-win situation in the spirit of Africa. So let us go and plan accordingly. I know as members of parliament we shall not fail. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
So, does it mean that the Eswatini one will be the 6th conference? I want us to be clear about it. The Burkina Faso's one is going to be the 5th conference. So what are we going to term the Eswatini one? Is it the 6th in the same year? I just want us to be clear about it. I don't know whether I'm making myself clear.
Honorable colleagues, we have a lot of work to do when we talk about institutionalization of this particular network. There's a lot of work to do, including approving the constitution and all that. What will govern us? So we have a lot of work to do. We can have the 5th conference in Burkina Faso, and then the 6th conference in Eswatini. Let's call it so. As simple as that.
Very well. I can reminisce what happened to Entebbe last year when Ghana put in the bid and Kenya also put in the bid. And before we decided to go to the General Assembly, almost everybody was saying Ghana, 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 Ghana. So we won it overwhelmingly, and that is why we are here. So if today we've decided that next year, May, we are going to Burkina Faso, and somewhere August ending, we will be going to Eswatini, it means we have to put it in our calendar. Our itinerary should show that next year we are going to have 2 conferences, Burkina Faso and Eswatini. You have an... Okay, let's hear you.
Well, Mr. Chair, just a very quick comment. And this concerns me in terms of your action plans. When I raised it, I was told that that will appear in the charter. But it will be useful to capture in the communique. Because one of the biggest problems that African sovereignty and family values has faced over the years is the misinterpretation of standard UN covenants and treaties by United Nations experts, what's it called, rapporteurs, and whoever they are. So we must have a strategy to address this. And I think you parliamentarians have a lot of strength, because under the UN human rights framework, experts who do things that are contrary to the charter can be reprimanded. And you can also investigate. So I think you must make it clear, it is time, I'm a boxing person, it is time Africa begins to punch back, because they are not resting on their hours. As we're sitting here, some of them are amongst us, they are monitoring what we are doing, and they are going to respond. And so I think you must put some teeth to what we're going to do by also responding to some of the misinterpretation of standard UN covenants. And that's very important from the point of view of this particular conference.
Well, Senior Moses, I think you are right. And I believe the communique captures a bit of what we've just said. If it doesn't address it wholeheartedly, probably when you go to Burkina Faso, we can look at the loopholes and reinforce it. So we will go ahead and invite the speakers and the deputy speakers to symbolically go to the whiteboard and initials the communique. So you start with the speakers, and the deputy speakers will follow.
money to one girl, and it bring about feelings to a whole weekend man. If Rasta make a progressive move.
So after the deputy speakers, the heads of delegations from the various countries will also do same.
These days when the concern of Rasta comes out outside of Babylon, the big man show one good, and it bring about the feelings to a whole wicked man. The big man show one good, and it bring about the feelings to a whole wicked.
More or less, I think it means we.
This change a buffer. And it's over the stand a buffer. And you love to leave and leave a land and don't be afraid. President Mandela was in prison for 20 odd years. And they leave from the prison and take the seat of the president. Stone one, a big humanity one floor, and it bring about the feelings in Africa. A big humanity one stone, and it bring about the feelings the European land. You have eyes to see, let him see. You have ears to hear, let him hear. What the prophets of the land say. Listen. That's all for one and so one.
When Mazamin, Wokum Komboti. When Mazamin, Wokum Komboti. When Mazamin, Wokum Komboti. When Mazamin, Wokum Komboti.
I work hard every day to make my career. Wake up early every morning to please my people with African beer. I make sure the fire burns to make my career. My special career. It's African beer.
Honorable delegates, anthem of the conference. The chorus, O Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny. Africa is the future. Africa, arise with strength and grace, united as one in every place, guarding the values our fathers gave, building a future strong and brave, from every nation, near and far, we gather beneath one shining star, with wisdom, courage, faith and might. We stand for truth and what's right. Oh, Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny. Africa is the future. Oh, Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny. Africa is the future. Thank you.
On that note, we want to call on the five. No, you are not done. You have signed the communique. Please give us your last messages before you go. Starting from West Africa region.
Dear delegates, I stand here on behalf of West Africa to state that we, the people of West Africa, wholly accept this communique because we know, as a matter of fact, that this is the right thing to do. Thank you very much, Africa.
North Africa.
Chers collègues, Madame la Présidente, Messieurs les vice-présidents, chers collègues parlementaires, moi, je n'ai pas préparé un mot à prononcer, mais je vais laisser le cœur qui va parler. Je vais laisser le cœur qui va parler. Moi, j'ai assisté durant ces 3 jours à une ambition africaine qui s'exprime. Une ambition africaine qui se veut entendre sa voix. Moi, je suis marocain, je suis arabe, je suis musulman et je suis africain quand même. Et je suis fier d'être africain. Chers collègues, il y a une charte aujourd'hui qui est écrite. Et notre rôle, nous, parlementaires, nous sommes des bâtisseurs de consensus. Notre rôle aujourd'hui, de décliner cette charte en loi à faire appliquer pour la protection de la famille dans nos pays. Et merci.
Merci. Now to my new mother-in-law, since we are coming to Swatini.
Thank you very much. I just want to say the past few days have truly been amazing. I think you need to all put your hands together for yourselves and just say, wow, we did amazingly well. We learned so much, we shared so many experiences, so much expert advice that we got, and we are wiser than when we came in. Let's stand together as Africa. Let's love ourselves. Let's believe in ourselves. Let's believe in our countries. Let's believe in our leaders. That is all I have to say. And I look forward to seeing you in Eswatini at the end of August for the redance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to say my new mother-in-law, but the men are jealous, so I won't say it again. East Africa.
Yeah, on behalf of Kenya and East Africa, my eternal gratitude to the President of Ghana, to the organizers of this conference, and especially to the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of Ghana for hosting us for the 4th African Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family Values, Family Sovereignty and Values. This has been a very unique one. If there is a day I've ever been happy, it is today. Seeing as we are, that we are from diverse African nations, we are of different perspectives, but even where we disagreed, we did so as brothers and sisters, and we now have a charter which is going to be the foundation upon which we will protect our families. I can say more and more, but I do register my excitement, and I hope as we move forward, other nations will also embrace this Ubuntu, the feeling of being together, one people always. Thank you very much.
The Central Africa Republic. Sorry, Central Africa region.
Merci. Je disais hier que cette conférence est la plus importante et elle marque le réveil de l'Afrique. En tant que membre du Parlement tchadien, pays de Toumaï, berceau de l'humanité, on ne pouvait pas rêver mieux que le résultat auquel nous sommes parvenus aujourd'hui, et nous allons donc continuer à faire ce travail ensemble pour imposer le respect de l'Afrique. Et je crois que c'est ce que nous attendons tous, le résultat de nos travaux aujourd'hui. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Now to our host speaker, we are most grateful. Your closing remarks.
Right honorable speakers, deputy speakers, and heads of delegations, honorable members of parliament and ministers of states, distinguished representatives of African legislatures, traditional and religious leaders, members of the diplomatic corps, policy experts and civil society leaders, youth and student representatives, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm doing now, I'm doing that for and on behalf of the Speaker of Ghana's Parliament, the Right Honorable Aban Sumana Kingsford-Babin, who began with us and would definitely have wished to be here to close with us. However, another equally urgent, important national issues have taken and made it impossible for him to be here with us, hence asking me to stand instead for him. And therefore, whatever I'm doing for my boss, the Speaker of Parliament. Three days ago, we gathered here in this historic citadel of African liberty, not merely to deliberate, but to answer a summons from history. Today, as we stand at the altar of our collective destiny, we have achieved what the skeptics declared impossible. We have forged and adopted the African Charter on Family, Sovereignty, and Values. Let the word go forth for the sacred chamber, from the sacred chamber to every corner of the globe. Africa has spoken, and she will no longer be spoken for.
Before we venture into the weight of tomorrow, gratitude demands that we honor those who cleared the path for this historic gathering. We owe an immense debt of appreciation to His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, whose unwavering belief in the African Renaissance has been a pillar of strength for this conference. Though he could not be here in person, he sent us a formidable general, his chief of staff, the Honorable Julius Deborah, whose presence and solidarity have profoundly enriched our work. Let me also salute his brother, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, whose indomitable spirit has nurtured the vision since its inception. Salute him for his sterling leadership. Standing here in Accra, the spirits of our liberation giants stir. 70 years ago, on the eve of our birth as a nation, Osajefo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah stood before the world and declared that the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked up with the total liberation of African continent. Today, we must possess the mature audacity to proclaim a new truth. And the political independence of Africa is an empty shell unless it is defended by the total sovereignty of our cultural and moral values. What does it profit a continent to inherit the apparatus of statecraft only to surrender the soul of its civilization? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we stand at a critical juncture confronting an increasing complex landscape of interconnected risks and emerging threats. The threats to African family are no longer delivered by gunboats. They arrive in the subtle, seductive language of structural adjustments, cultural conditionalities, and ideological imperialism. There is coordinated, well-funded attempt to re-engineer the Africa conscience, to dismantle the traditional sanctuary of our family system, and to replace our indigenous ethics with an alien, destructive orthodoxy. Those who seek to use the levers of global finance and diplomatic pressures to coerce African nations, we say what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. tended from the steps of Lincoln Memorial, and I quote, "We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce agency of now," unquote. But let us answer now in our own voice, with an image drawn from our own soil. They dangle a glittering coin before us and ask us to trade away our birthright. We answer them plainly. The inheritance our forebears placed in our hands is not for sale. And no measure of bolo, gold, can purchase the soul of our people. The penury of Africa values is full, and we alone holds its key. My fellow speakers and presidents of African legislatures, look at the seats you occupy. You do not sit in those high chairs as bureaucratic clerks of globalization. You sit there as the shields of your people. It is time to rid ourselves of the paralysis of intimidity. Too long have African leaders spoken in whispers on the global stage, fearing the withdrawal of aids or the disapproval of foreign metropoles. I admonish you today, a leader who fears the anger of a foreign donor more than the betrayal of their own people is a custodian of nothing but their own cowardice. Let me commend you, my brothers and sister speakers and presidents of African legislatures, who did not merely send delegations, but traveled down yourself, walked into the arena, and sat through every growing hour of these 3 days. You did not abandon the floor when the debates grew hot. You stayed, you wrestled, and the concepts. You wrestled with the concept, and you hammered out a common destiny. Your endurance is proof that when the soul of Africa is at stake, her leaders will not be found wanting. The charter we have adopted today is not a passive document to be buried in the archives of our respective parliaments. It is a covenant of the unconquered. It is the proclamation of our legislative emancipation. And Nkrumah reminded us, and I quote, "We face neither east nor west, we face forward," unquote. Today, let it be known that as we face forward, we stand rooted in the rich soil of our ancestral values. We declare the African family, defined by our heritage, protected by our laws, and cherished by our communities, to be a non-negotiable red line. Let us take steps to internalize this trailblazing charter into our domestic laws and ethos. We must act with the prophetic defiance of Martin Luther King, recognizing that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, unquote. The erosion of values in one African capital is a crack in the foundation of the entire continent. We cannot afford the luxury of isolationism. If they come for the family laws of one nation, we must respond with the collective legislative weight of 54 nations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to leave this chamber and return to your respective republics, I pray that the Almighty God grant each and every delegate, leader, and officer travel mercies back home. May the skies be gentle, may your path be smooth, and may you return to your people with the fire of Accra burning brightly in your hearts. Go back and tell your parliaments, your cabinets, and your nations that here in Ghana, the leaders of Africa drew an unshakable line in the sand. Battle lines are clear, yet we are not afraid. We are comforted, but an eternal truth our history has taught us again and again, that justice may be delayed by the powerful, but it can never be defeated by them. The river that the colonizer tried to dam still found its way to the sea. For us, justice means the preservation of our identity, the dignity of our family, and the freedom to govern ourselves by the values we cherish. Let us march forward into tomorrow, united in purpose, fierce in our conviction, and unshakable in our sovereignty. Africa is born anew. Our family is secure. Our values are non-negotiable. On this note, I declare the 4th African Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty, and Values duly closed. God bless you, and may God bless our beautiful sovereign continent. I thank you for your kind attention.
On that note, Mr. Speaker, we are most grateful, and I will beg that my speakers can now take their seats. We are grateful to all of you, honorable speakers, and all honorable delegates. We are not yet done. We will be taking our vote of thanks. I want to call on Sister Honorable Sarah Opin. But before she invites whoever will give us a vote of thanks, we have an evaluation form for the conference. It will be sent to you as a link for you to fill it for us. Please do justice to that. We want to know your impression about the conference. Then we also have a faith-based organization that has developed this manual called Gender Clarity. We want to be sure what gender is all about. People are bundling gender around. The faith-based organization is headed by our sister here, who will be waiting. Anybody who wants a copy can see her for it. Announcement. The exhibitions, please don't come to Ghana without going away with your shirts or beads or anything souvenir from Ghana. Please go home with something from Ghana. So the exhibition is still going on. Visit the exhibition center and then make use of Ghanaian product. After the closing prayer and a group picture, we will have the buses available in front here that will take us to our tour. Dinner will be served. The honorable speaker has a closing dinner. That one I'll be dancing with the Swatini people. I want to see Burkina people dancing with the Swatini people. So please, the dinner is at 7 o'clock at Accra City Hotel for delegates only. By the time you'll be back, the dinner will be ready. We want to see all of you there. On that note, Honorable Sarah.
Thank you very much, our Master of Ceremony, Right Honorable Speakers, heads of delegations, distinguished participants in your other various capacities. I want to take this opportunity to just make one statement before I invite the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, who is going to move a vote of thanks. A conference like this, ladies and gentlemen, does not just happen. It takes a lot of time, a lot of resources to actually handle the preparations. And some of you could have seen what is out there in social media, stating that this conference has been funded by some European groups and some people in the United States of America. I want to make it clear to everybody listening here that this conference has been fully funded by the government of Ghana and your governments that flew you here. I saw in one of the social media stories, Mr. Henk, as one of the funders, he only flew here to participate and witness what Africans were doing. So I want to thank the parliaments of all the delegates that are here for having supported you to be here. And let us go and plan to attend the next conference in Burkina Faso in bigger numbers. What we have adopted here has been made by African legislators who are representing their people, and it has been made for the African people. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the Right Honorable Carlos Tembe, the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker of Mozambique, to move a vote of thanks. Thank you very much. Viva, viva Africa.
Boa tarde. Farei o agradecimento na língua portuguesa. Quero, em nome da conferência, em nome da África, agradecer a todas as nações aqui presentes por estarmos aqui unidos no único propósito, que é lutar pela família africana, pela cultura africana, pela soberania africana. É uma grande honra para todos nós estarmos aqui presentes, porque neste dia podemos marcar na história da África e para as futuras gerações que estivemos aqui unidos a defender as futuras gerações. Em nome do governo de Moçambique, também quero aproveitar e agradecer e também deixar aqui o nosso compromisso como país, como deputados de Moçambique, que ao regressarmos, faremos tudo que estiver ao nosso alcance para que esta carta seja assumida pelo governo de Moçambique, pelo povo de Moçambique. Em poucas palavras, quero agradecer ao Criador da África, ao nosso Deus, ao Deus deste belo continente africano, um continente bastante rico em riquezas, que não faz sentido ser chamado um dos países mais pobres do mundo. É um desafio para nós todos aqui presentes, lutarmos para que os próximos anos da África possamos, na verdade, ser um país suficiente, um país abençoado, um país com um povo feliz e próspero. Nestas palavras eu termino agradecendo a todos a vossa presença. Levem o carinho da África para os vossos países. Transmitamos que a África, na verdade, é o destino da humanidade. Aqui nasceram os primeiros homens e aqui estão os primeiros homens. Aqui está a liderança da humanidade, da preservação da história da humanidade. Que Deus ricamente nos abençoe, abençoe a cada um de nós e que regressemos aos nossos países com esta responsabilidade histórica de levarmos a mensagem para todos os nossos povos. Muito obrigado e Deus abençoe a África mais uma vez. Amém.
Thank you very much. From the North Africa to the South of Africa, from the central part of Africa to the western part and to the eastern part of Africa, we say thank you all. Akpenami, obrigado, edamoase. How do you say in Swahili? Asante. Okay. The evaluation form is out there to be filled. Those who want to fill the hard copy, the lady copy, you send it out. Thank you very much. Can we call the lady who will help us to sing our anthem, and then we'll invite the Right Honorable Reverend Dr. Bishop Emeritus to give us a closing prayer. Can we stand for the anthem?
Oh, Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny. Africa's the future. Through every culture, tribe and tongue, a sacred song shall still be sung. The strength of home, the bond of love, the wisdom of our father's guide. Hope of youth walks by our side, keeping Africa's future right. Through faith and unity, we protect our identity. Oh, Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny. Africa's the future. Thank you.
On that note, Reverend Emeritus.
Shall we pray? Our dear God, the maker of heaven and earth, nations have risen because of your will and degree. Powers have come and go. It is your will in the center, and your word declares, blessed are the people, blessed are the nations, whose God is their Lord. From our declaration here, standing on the promises and prayers of our founding fathers of this great continent, we pray as you dismiss us with your blessings, and as we head to various destinations, may this great continent be blessed. May the future of our children be greater than ours. Lord, as we stand on the shoulders of great men and women who spoke about this continent being the continent of the future, may it be not only the future in basic need, necessity question, but also on moral and values of society that will encourage social order and hope for our people. May it be a future for every other aspect of humanity. We want to thank you. Dismiss us with your blessing. Bless this great country of Ghana, who has hosted Africa here. We have stayed, we've interacted, we've known each other. We have enjoyed listening to your voice through men and women. Bless this country greatly. Lift them and lift this country higher. Blessed as they have declared your name, because we pray, declaring Africa for you and for our children and the future. In Jesus' holy name, amen.
Amen. Please network. Don't leave here without taking a phone number or contact of a colleague. We will be going from here straight to the naval ship. We have snack. Unfortunately, we skip our health break. So the snacks are there. Please pick your snacks, and then we'll go straight to the front of the building. We'll take our pictures, and then we head towards our tour. Thank you very much. Please fraternize, take numbers, and make friends. God bless Africa.
Hosa, hosa, ho. Hosa, hosa, ho. As my face are faded by the sun.